Chapter 296. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. In Three Yuan Town, there was a very ordinary house. There was nothing special about it. Inside the house, an oil lamp was lit. As the flame flickered, it released a not-so-dazzling brilliance. Behind the brilliance, there was a pair of gloomy eyes. In the depths of the eyes, there was a trace of anxiety and anger. It was a pair of peach blossom eyes. The corners of the eyes were slanted, giving people a feeling of evil. Damn it, who are those people? They have been looking for me all this time. The owner of the peach blossom eyes said in a low voice. His sharp and hoarse voice was filled with anger. He was Hua Xian Ma Qianli. Just like Fatty Yang Chiefing's information, Ma Qianli was staying in the 3 Yuan sect's territory within 3 Yuan Town. The reason why he didn't leave was because Ma Qianli had his eyes on the daughter of the Li family in 3 Yuan Town. The daughter of the Li family, Li Yezhen, was known as the #1 beauty in 3 Yuan Town. Her cultivation had reached the 9th cycle of the Qi refining realm. She was both talented and beautiful. She had a good reputation in 3 Yuan Town. Ma Qianli liked this kind of beauty the most. However, the Li family wasn't weak in 3 Yuan Town. The head of the Li family was a true martial realm expert. Although he was the weakest true martial realm, the Qi refining realm couldn't compare to him. Ma Qianli was waiting for an opportunity. He swore to take down a beauty like Li Yezhen. That would satisfy his unique sense of accomplishment. This was also why Ma Qianli stayed in 3 Yuan Town. His personality was like this. Once he set a goal, he must complete it. He forced himself to complete it so that he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, most people in 3 Yuan Town didn't know that Ma Qianli was here. There were even some people who didn't know who Ma Qianli was. Originally, Ma Qianli was waiting for an opportunity. However, he found out that someone was investigating him. This wasn't good news for him. Gradually, Ma Qianli found out that there was more than one person investigating him. There were 8 of them. Moreover, each of them was at the peak of the 9th cycle of the Qi refining realm. They seemed to have good fighting strength. This increased Ma Qianli's suspicion and made him more vigilant. This can't go on, Ma Qianli thought. His goal was to leave 3 Yuan Town immediately after he made a move on Li Yezhen and go to other places to find other targets. If you investigate me, you are definitely not my friend. If you are not my friend, then you are my enemy. If you are my enemy, then you must be eliminated. Ma Qianli thought to himself. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he sneered. I don't care who you are. Since you dare to investigate me, Ma Qianli, you should be prepared to die. With this thought, Ma Qianli quickly thought of a solution. A smile appeared on his face. No matter how he looked at it, it looked ruthless. The night was dark and the wind was strong, making it difficult to distinguish one's fingers. Today was the 10th day since Chun Zong and the others entered Trinity Town. After 10 days in a row, they still couldn't find any trace of Ma Qianli, so it was inevitable that they became impatient and frustrated. After all, there was only 1 month left. Now that 1/3 of the time had passed, there were only 20 days left. Chun Zong thought of an idea. He wanted to target the beauties in 3 Yuan Town. Li Yezhen was one of them. She was also the best target for Ma Qianli. There was more than one person who thought the same as Chun Zong. The other 7 people also gradually understood the situation, so they all scattered. However, everyone was certain that Ma Qianli would make a move on Li Yezhen, so they spread out in all directions of the Li clan to keep watch. After all, Li Yezhen was most likely to be Ma Qianli's target. If they didn't stay here and monitor, they would fail the exam and have no chance to become a state knight. In the past 10 days, other than selecting the beauties that Ma Qianli might target, they also had some results. At least they were sure that Ma Qianli was still in 3 Yuan Town. As long as he was still there, there was hope. However, Ma Qianli was hiding. It was difficult to find him. It seemed to have become a competition of endurance. They didn't know if this method of waiting would work, but it was the only way for now. They studied Ma Qianli's way and pattern of committing crimes at night. If he made a move on Li Yezhen, it would also be at night. Anyway, it was not good luck to choose this task. It was estimated that it would be more difficult than other assessment tasks. At least for tasks like eliminating the whitewater stockade, the target was very clear. That they didn't need to spend time to find out where the enemy was. All 8 of you are here. Very good. Let me Ma Qianli kill you all. In the darkness, a figure flashed by as fast as a gust of wind, with a trace of killing intent that blended into the night. Chunzong suddenly felt a chill all over his body. It seemed that something bad was going to happen. Chunzong raised his 5 senses to the extreme and carefully observed the movements around. Everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was clearly perceived by him, but he didn't notice anything. Suddenly, there was a strong whistling sound, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Like a gust of wind, he moved quickly in the direction of the sound. Chunzong was not the only one who moved. The other people who were watching also moved. Soon, Chunzong saw 2 figures approaching each other. Their long sabers pierced through the air, shining with amazing sharpness in the night. One of the figures was one of the 8. Chunzong recognized him at first glance. It was Zhou Jingde. Zhou Jingde was the son of a general in King City. He had the combat capability of a middle-stage 4-star warrior and was listed on the Jiao Dragon list. He was good at saber techniques and had been trained in the army. His saber techniques focused on killing and had amazing lethality. As for the other one, Chunzong had never seen him before. However, his saber techniques were amazing. Once he performed them, they tore the night apart like lightning. Every strike was fatal and merciless. He attacked Zhou Jingde with all his might, putting Zhou Jingde at a disadvantage. He is Ma Qianli. Chunzong immediately realized. According to the investigation in the past few days, Ma Qianli was best at lightness skill, followed by saber techniques. It was said that his saber techniques were like lightning when he performed them, which matched the saber techniques of the man in front of him. Ma Qianli die. Yuan Ran shouted in a low voice and suddenly slapped out. Black chi filled the air and covered the entire palm. It pierced through the night and fiercely attacked Ma Qianli with terrifying power. The power of this palm had reached the 5-star level. According to the investigation, Ma Qianli's combat capability was at the peak of 4-star. This palm was not something he could resist. Unexpectedly, Yuan Ran's palm missed. Ma Qianli dodged Yuan Ran's palm with amazing speed and reaction. At the same time, he slashed out with his saber. The saber light was like roaring thunder. At the same time, the others all attacked Ma Qianli. Chunzong pulled out his sword. The cold light suddenly appeared and pierced towards Ma Qianli. The sword chi was chilling. Go away! Ma Qianli's saber light was like roaring thunder. It swept in all directions. It was unbelievably powerful. Chunzong quickly retreated. In terms of combat capability, Chunzong only reached the middle of 4-star after using both swords. Compared to the past, he was indeed much stronger. However, the gap between him and Ma Qianli was not small. It could be said that among the 8 people present, only Yuan Ran's combat capability surpassed Ma Qianli. Ma Qianli also realized that something was wrong. These people were all very strong, and they were all at least 4-star. One of them even had a 5-star battle power. He didn't have time to think about why there were so many people with tyrannical battle power that wanted to deal with him. After pushing everyone back with a powerful slash, Ma Qianli immediately used his Qing Gong and quickly escaped. According to the investigation data, Ma Qianli is best at lightness kung fu. Sure enough, once he uses lightness kung fu, his figure is like a wisp of night wind, extremely fast and very flexible. He narrowly avoids Yuan Ran's second palm, brushing away from everyone's eyes in an instant. Chase! Ma Qianli was right in front of them. If they let him escape this time, he would definitely be more cautious. He would hide or leave Trinity Town. At that time, it would be even harder to complete the assessment mission. If they were unlucky, after a month, everyone would fail the assessment. They would have no fate with the State Knight. No one could accept this kind of result. It could not be helped. Who told them to be unlucky and actually choose this assessment mission? They all used their movement techniques to chase. However, Ma Qianli's speed was too fast. Even the strongest Yuan Ran could not catch up to him. However, although Yuan Ran's combat capability was very strong, speed was not his forte. Chunzong, quickly use your bow and arrow to shoot him, Yuan Ran ordered. Chunzong did not pay attention. He used all his strength to use riding the wind and water treading, increasing his speed to the extreme. He chased after the traces left by Ma Qianli. Ma Qianli's speed was indeed very fast. It made people feel like they could not catch up. They could only look at him through the night. Fortunately, Ma Qianli did not have time to stop and erase the traces he left behind. Soon, everyone followed the traces left behind by Ma Qianli and chased him out of Trinity Town. His whereabouts were exposed, and he provoked a group of powerful people. Ma Qianli was very depressed and full of anger. However, he had to temporarily give up Li Yezhen, the little beauty. It was important to escape first. Yuan Ran was also very annoyed. He thought that with his powerful fighting strength, as long as he found Ma Qianli, he could kill him and take his head. He didn't expect that he would be able to dodge 2 moves and escape from under his eyes. 1 fled and 8 chased, rushing out of Trinity Town and constantly going away. Ma Qianli was not only excellent in lightness skill, but also amazing in endurance. He kept running for a night, and there was no sign of stopping. Among the 8 people, Yuan Ran gradually felt that he could not hold on. His combat capability was very strong, but unfortunately, endurance was not his strong point. He could only watch himself being surpassed. However, after half the night, both physical strength and internal energy were greatly consumed. Even if he took medicinal pills, it was difficult to replenish in time. He gradually fell. Only Chunzong was different. The tyrannical Han Yuan body created an amazing physical strength. As long as it was not consumed all at once, the leakless body could quickly recover. Chunzong was ahead of everyone, far ahead of Ma Qianli. At the same time, Chunzong was also very surprised by Ma Qianli's physical endurance. It was estimated that the mystery was in the lightness skill that Ma Qianli used. The sky gradually brightened. After a whole night of chasing, everyone had left Trinity Town and came to an open place. Not far away, there was a river flowing. Ma Qianli also found that most of the 8 people chasing him had been left behind. Only one of them was still very tenacious to follow him. Chapter 297. A wisp of white appeared in the eastern sky, as if the morning sun was about to rise. Chunzong's light and swift figure suddenly stopped about 300 meters away from Ma Qianli. Ma Qianli was startled and a little puzzled. Immediately, his eyes fell on the bow, an arrow on Chunzong's back. Chunzong turned his left hand and took out the longbow. The bow was 3 meters long with a silver-black body engraved with dragon patterns, as if 2 dragons were circling around it. The grip was wrapped in silver fish scale leather, which made it feel good. The bowstring was silver white. This bow was called Fierce Dragon, a famous strong bow in the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Only the royal family and the nobles and generals in the court had it. The body of the fierce WRM bow was refined from the spine of a silver WRM python, mixed with heavenly profound silver and earthly spirit steel. It was repeatedly hammered and folded 99 times with an extremely brilliant forging method. Not only did it possess shocking hardness, it even possessed extremely high toughness, and it was much better than ordinary divine iron equipment. The bowstring was made from the tendon of the silver python. It was soaked in the royal family's secret recipe for 49 days and then twisted with a unique method. It could withstand the cutting of holy iron weapons without breaking. In the Holguan mansion, there were only 3 fierce dragon bows. When Marquis Zheng Yuan heard that Chunzong wanted to use a bow and arrow, he asked what kind of bow he needed. Chunzong's strength was tyrannical, so he naturally wanted to use a strong bow. The fierce dragon bow required a strength of 10,000 jin to draw. Simply put, 10,000 jin of strength was the minimum requirement to draw the fierce dragon bow. It was impossible to fully draw the bow without 30,000 jin of strength. Moreover, 30,000 jin of strength was barely enough to fully draw the bow. It could be said that most of the 9 Transformation Realm warriors could hardly used the fierce dragon bow to fight. Holding the fierce dragon bow in his left hand, his right hand took out the special arrow that came with the fierce dragon bow, the water-splitting arrow. The water-splitting arrow's shaft was engraved with dragon patterns, which would increase the strength of the shaft and accelerate the rotation of the shaft. The material of the water-splitting arrow was 100 years old black steel wood. The arrowhead was like a twisted willow leaf with sawtooth edges. It was made of Tianqian silver and earth spirit steel. It was not only tough, but also had the ability to break armor. There were 3 water-splitting arrows. Chunzong pulled the bowstring and loaded the arrow. His muscles and bones moved at the same time, as if a dragon was turning over. The immemorial body's strength of 10,000 pounds was fully displayed. His pure yang qi and blood also erupted, and his strength soared to more than 20,000 pounds. The extremely strong bowstring was slowly pulled back by brute force, making a sound that made one's scalp tingle. It was as if one's whole body was being tied up. The chaotic heaven origin shattering energy surged, and his strength became even more tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, the strong bowstring was stretched to its limit, and it was shaped like a full moon. The arrowhead of the water-splitting arrow flashed with a frightening cold light, locking onto Ma Qianli from 300 meters away. Ma Qianli's pupils contracted like needles. He felt that the arrowhead of the water-splitting arrow was about to pierce through him. He could not help but feel his blood run cold. He held the thunderblade with both hands. The blade was cold, and under the surging of his inner strength, the tyrannical and dazzling blade light flickered. His heart was like the water in an ancient well, calm and tranquil, as if it could reflect the sky. Chunzong's eyes focused, and all his spirit and willpower were concentrated. His essence, qi, and spirit were perfect. The chaotic heaven origin shattering energy surged like a long river and poured into the water-splitting arrow. At the arrowhead, the tyrannical and sharp inner strength flickered. Ma Qianli did not dare to move, for he was afraid that he would expose his weakness and lead to an earth-shattering thunderbolt attack. He also did not dare to turn around, for the moment he turned around, the terrible arrow would be shot at him. Chunzong pulled the fierce dragon bow to its limit. His arms did not move, and his body seemed to be rooted to the ground, like a mountain that had existed since ancient times. His sharp eyes locked onto Ma Qianli from afar, waiting for an opportunity. Fixing such a posture would consume a lot of one's strength, both physical strength and inner strength. If it were other people, they might not be able to hold on, but Chunzong could. Whether it was the tyrannical strength and physical strength of the Anisrava immemorial body or the amazing chaotic heaven origin shattering energy, Chunzong could hold on for a longer time. Time passed slowly. Chunzong did not shoot the arrow, because he was not sure that he could kill Ma Qianli. At best, he could cause a little injury or even not injure Ma Qianli. However, Ma Qianli would seize the opportunity to use his profound body movement to escape. At the beginning of the chase, Chunzong did not shoot Ma Qianli with the bow because he was not sure. After all, Ma Qianli was very fast, and the fierce dragon bow was very powerful. If he wanted to shoot the arrow, Chunzong had to stop, which would take a little time. However, that little time was enough for Ma Qianli to run dozens of meters away, exceeding the best shooting range. The power of the bow and arrow lay in the best shooting range. Exceeding or not exceeding the best shooting range would affect the power of the bow and arrow. If Ma Qianli felt threatened, he might run further away, which would cause them to fail the assessment task directly. Therefore, Chunzong did not use the bow and arrow until this moment. The arrow was on the bowstring, but Chunzong did not shoot. He just deterred Ma Qianli, making Ma Qianli not dare to move. In terms of combat ability, Chunzong was in the middle of the 4-star level, while Ma Qianli was at the peak of the 4-star level. The gap between them was very obvious. If they fought in close combat, Chunzong would have a very low chance of winning. If he was not careful, he might be killed by Ma Qianli. A strong bow and sharp arrow was the best weapon to deal with Ma Qianli. When Chunzong knew that Ma Qianli was best at lightness skill, he had been preparing for it. He asked Marquis Yuan for a strong bow and sharp arrow, and now it came in handy. An arrow shot out was more powerful than an arrow on the bowstring. 15 minutes later, Ma Qianli's forehead was sweating. Chunzong's expression did not change. He was like a pine tree standing on the ground. No matter how the wind and rain swayed, he would not move. In the blink of an eye, another 15 minutes passed. Ma Qianli's forehead was sweating more. His eyes gradually felt sour, but he did not dare to blink. He was afraid that if he blinked, Chunzong would shoot an arrow, which would bring a fatal threat. After persisting for half an hour, Chunzong's forehead was sweating. This kind of high-intensity power output was very burdensome on the body. Fortunately, at this time, the 7 people who had rested for a period of time also recovered a lot of physical strength and internal strength. They quickly caught up. "Keep it up." Yuan Ran passed by him and said at the same time, still in a commanding tone. The 7 people attacked Ma Qianli from the left and right sides. Ma Qianli's eyelids suddenly jumped, and he had a bad feeling. He was deterred by the arrow. Now the 7 people were attacking him, and one of them had the combat ability of a 5-star level. If he was approached, it would be more disadvantageous for him. After thinking about it, Ma Qianli quickly responded after weighing the pros and cons. He moved. Ma Qianli moved. His figure shook and directly transformed into 3 figures. 1 was the real body, and 2 were the afterimages. But whether it was the real body or the afterimages, they looked exactly the same. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Chunzong's eyes were 1 meter long. His pupils contracted instantly like pinholes. He locked on one of the figures and loosened his almost stiff fingers. A sound that made people's scalp numb sounded. The bowstring that broke free was like a wild horse out of its reins, like a tiger out of its cage. The accumulated power to the extreme burst out in an instant, pushing the water-splitting arrow to shoot out. Under the friction between the reversed willow leaf arrowhead and the air, it quickly rotated like a drill. The unique dragon pattern on the shaft of the arrow made the rotation speed of the arrow suddenly increase. It broke through the air and formed a vacuum channel. The speed was further increased, and it made a sharp sound like metal breaking stone. It was like a magic sound that directly made the 7 people and Ma Qianli's scalp numb. They had a feeling of dizziness. After shooting out the arrow, Chunzong staggered as if he had lost all his strength. He quickly adjusted his breathing and cooperated with the immemorial body to recover his strength as soon as possible. The arrow crossed a distance of 300 meters in the blink of an eye, leaving a straight vacuum channel that was only as thick as a little finger in the air. Chunzong was at one end, and Ma Qianli was at the other end. Fast, it was so fast that Ma Qianli was shocked. What made him even more shocked was that the arrow had locked onto his real body. The fatal crisis was imminent. It was as if he was about to fall into the abyss of death. The shadow of death spread and covered his whole body. Countless distracting thoughts rose from his mind. It was as if the devil of hell had stretched out its ghost claws to capture him into hell and make him fall into eternal oblivion. No! Ma Qianli's black hair danced wildly. His aura soared and directly broke the limit of his body. All of it poured into the thunder-long saber in his hands. Countless electric lights spread and shuttled back and forth on the saber, making crackling sounds. He broke through. Facing the threat of death, Ma Qianli actually broke through. He went from a peak 4-star combat strength to a 5-star beginner. With a breakthrough in combat strength, his strength increased greatly. When Ma Qianli slashed down with his saber, it gave people a feeling that the saber in Ma Qianli's hand had merged with his body. It was as if they were connected by blood. The power of the saber broke through the original limit and reached a higher level. The Thunderlong saber directly turned into a bolt of lightning. It struck down from the sky and fiercely slashed at the water-splitting arrow. The extreme collision and the terrifying explosion made the world in front of everyone seem to have lost its color. It turned black and white, and it seemed to have slowed down. Under the dust and smoke, one could see the rolling particles. Countless energy blasts shot out in all directions. Each of them was extremely powerful. Even a 3-star combat strength would find it difficult to withstand. Under the attack of the saber, the arrowhead of the water-splitting arrow was directly shattered. Immediately after, the sturdy arrow shaft also fell apart inch by inch. Ma Qianli's thunder-long saber also trembled. The blade of the saber also shattered. Fine cracks spread all over the gap. The powerful impact made Ma Qianli's blood boil. His internal energy was also surging. He unconsciously retreated a few meters. His feet left deep footprints on the ground. Kill. Ma Qianli die. The 7 people reacted one after another. They burst out with shocking speed and all charged at Ma Qianli. The assessment mission was the same, but only one person could actually complete it. The other 7 could only be eliminated. No one wanted to be eliminated, so they could only compete. After killing Ma Qianli and taking his head, they would quickly leave and return to the capital to hand in the head. Then, they would pass the assessment and have the qualification to be conferred as a kingdom knight. As for whether they could be conferred as a kingdom knight in the end, that was another matter. At the very least, they had to first obtain the qualification. Chapter 298. The 7 of them had a bad feeling. They stopped in their tracks, moved to the side, or retreated in a way that defied common sense. However, everyone was inevitably affected. The pink powder brushed past them, and they all held their breath, not daring to inhale. Ma Qianli fought for an opportunity to recover. His internal energy recovered from a shock, and his blood also calmed down. His battle power was completely restored. Holding the thunder blade in his hand, a feeling of blood connection spread throughout his body. It penetrated into his bone marrow and soul as if it grew out of his body. This feeling was so wonderful that Ma Qianli couldn't help but let out a moaning sound. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. Is this the feeling of becoming one with the blade? Ma Qianli whispered with a face full of intoxication. His voice entered everyone's ears, and suddenly their faces changed. Impossible! Yuan Ran screamed. His face was full of disbelief and shock. He unconsciously inhaled a little bit of the pink mist that was still floating in the air. The others were also shocked and unconsciously inhaled a little bit of the pink mist. Yuan Ran's battle power was at the late stage of the 5-star level. However, that was calculated after activating the pseudo-spiritual tool. Without using the pseudo-spiritual tool, Yuan Ran's battle power was actually at the early stage of the 5-star level, because the pseudo-spiritual tool he used was not an ordinary pseudo-spiritual tool. There were actually 3 levels of pseudo-spiritual tools, which were 3 levels. The Dragon Power Bracelet was a first-level pseudo-spiritual tool. After using it, it could increase the attack power by 1 level. A second-level pseudo-spiritual tool could increase the battle power by 2 levels. A third-level pseudo-spiritual tool could increase the battle power by 3 levels. Of course, a first-level pseudo-spiritual tool was the most common pseudo-spiritual tool. A second-level pseudo-spiritual tool was 10 times or even 100 times more precious than a first-level one. As for a third-level pseudo-spiritual tool, it was 100 times more precious than a second-level one. There were only 3 third-level pseudo-spiritual tools in the entire Cloud Dragon dynasty, and all of them were in the royal family. Yuan Ran was a prince. His status was only slightly lower than that of a prince. However, even so, it was not easy to have a second-level pseudo-spiritual tool. The reason why he was able to possess a rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon was due to his talent and potential. He was able to possess the combat strength of a 5-star beginner. Even so, he had yet to master the body and martial arts as one. The unity of body and martial arts was a kind of martial arts realm. It was different from the unity of essence, energy, and spirit. They belonged to 2 different paths, but both were extremely beneficial to martial artists. It was also a representation of a martial artist's great potential. The former was often more difficult than the latter. Martial artists would first comprehend the unification of essence, energy, and spirit before they could comprehend the unification of body and martial arts. Although there were differences between the two, in essence, the realm of body and martial arts as one was higher than the realm of essence, chi, and spirit as one. Since ancient times, as long as a martial artist was able to comprehend body and martial arts as one, not only would their battle prowess increase significantly, they would also be able to go further in the future. Yuan Ran, regardless of talent or potential, was outstanding. He was born high and mighty, enjoying resources and teaching that many people did not have. But today, he was still a step away from comprehending the unity of body and martial arts. Yuan Ran incomparably wanted to comprehend and master the unity of body and martial arts. That would make his battle prowess rise again. Even reaching 6 stars was not impossible. He did not achieve it, but today he saw a perverted thief break through and master the unity of body and martial arts. This feeling made Yuan Ran very unhappy and almost went crazy. Body and martial arts as one. That was a general term. It referred to the martial artist's entire body's power not only being highly concentrated as one, but also the weapon in the hand and the martial arts that they cultivated. Connecting the blood vessels, not only could the power be fully displayed, but it could also exceed the limit. The unity of body and martial arts of sword martial artists was also called the unity of body and sword. The unity of body and martial arts of sword martial artists was called the unity of body and sword, just like Hua Xie and Ma Qianli. With the long sword in hand, it was indistinguishable from the body. Ma Qianli had only grasped the initial stage of the unity of body and sword, but his battle prowess had directly broken through the limit and reached the early stage of 5 stars. If he was given enough time to continue comprehending, it was not impossible for his battle prowess to reach the middle stage or even the late stage of 5 stars. Die! Ma Qianli roared. His peach blossom eyes were filled with killing intent. His sword pierced through the air. Without any accumulation of power or any prelude, the sword directly chopped down. It was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky, bringing with it unparalleled power. This sword was unparalleled. Just as the targeted person was about to dodge, he activated his internal force, but he suddenly felt hot all over his body. The power in his body seemed to have disappeared inexplicably. His body went soft, and he couldn't dodge. He didn't even have time to scream. This super genius with a peak of 4 stars was chopped in half by Ma Qianli's sword. Blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. The thick smell of blood was extremely pungent and nauseating. It was miserable, bloody, and shocking. It immediately stunned the others. Everyone knew that the state night assessment mission was dangerous. However, the 8 people's battle prowess was at least at the middle stage of 4 stars, and the strongest was at the late stage of 5 stars. Ma Qianli was only at the peak of 4 stars. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to die unless they were looking for death. No one expected Ma Qianli to be able to grasp the unity of body and sword, which allowed his battle prowess to increase by leaps and bounds, reaching the early stage of 5 stars. With the power of an early stage of 5 stars and the unity of body and sword, a peak of 4 stars battle prowess wouldn't be able to deal with it. However, it wasn't to the extent of being chopped in half. It was because he inhaled a little bit of the pink mist. That was a special powder made by Ma Qianli. It was called the lust softening powder. The person who was hit by the lust softening powder would have their internal force scattered. They wouldn't be able to gather it, and their entire body would go soft. They would be at the mercy of others, and they would gradually feel hot, which would awaken the deepest part of their body. Ma Qianli had used the lust softening powder to ravage many female martial artists in the Qi refining realm. He had even used the lust softening powder to ravage a beautiful female martial artist who was much stronger than him when his combat strength was still not very strong. He had thoroughly enjoyed himself. The lust softening powder was very effective on women, but it was also effective on men. Just a little bit of it would quickly take effect. After killing one person with one strike, Ma Qianli didn't put away his sword. Instead, he turned it around, as if he was cutting off the connection between heaven and earth, and slashed towards the second person, wanting to cut him in half. Fatty young chieftain gritted his teeth and desperately tried to gather his strength to dodge. However, he found that his strength was scattered, and he couldn't gather it. His entire body was hot, and his limbs were sore and weak. The long sword was coming, and in the next moment his fat waist would be cut in half. The shadow of death loomed over him, and Fatty Yong Chiefing's face was full of despair. There was nothing he could do. In the blink of an eye, Ma Qianli's face was full of murderous intent. The moment his sword was about to cut Yang Qifeng's waist in half, there was a sharp sound that made people's scalp numb. A beam of light pierced through the sky and shot towards Ma Qianli. It was an arrow. It was the arrow shot by Chunzong. The arrow wasn't a water-splitting arrow because there were only 3 of them. Now, that one had been destroyed, there were only 2 left. The water-splitting arrow was very powerful, and it required all the strength in one's body to fully display its power. Chunzong had just shot an arrow and used up all his strength. After a short period of rest, he recovered part of his strength, but he hadn't recovered to his peak yet. Other than the 3 water-splitting arrows, Chunzong also brought 9 more ordinary arrows. They were only ordinary in comparison to the water-splitting arrows. Speaking of which, each of the 9 arrows was made of extraordinary materials. They were all made of godly iron. The arrows pierced through the air and hit the blade of the long sword, just as Ma Qianli was about to kill Yang Qifeng. Tyrannical power erupted, and the arrows shattered under the long sword. The impact of the power also slightly blocked the blade. Yang Qifeng struggled to roll back. The lightning-like sword light swept past and cut the air, leaving a scar that looked like a brand that didn't disappear for a long time. The astonishing sharpness made the fat man Yang Qifeng's pores open wide and his hair stand on end. The cold penetrated into his bone marrow. Wherever the saber light passed, there was a tearing pain. The saber wind actually cut open a wound, and blood dripped out. However, compared to being cut in half, this was undoubtedly a much better result. Yuan Ran's battle power was the strongest, and his resistance to the soft body scattering powder was also the strongest. He instantly activated the power of the rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon, small celestial dipper ring, increasing both his strength and speed. Even so, Yuan Ran was more or less affected by the soft body scattering powder. His whole body was hot, and his limbs were gradually limp. His internal strength was running slower than usual. Originally, after using the pseudo-spiritual weapon, he could reach the late stage of 5-star, but now he could only reach the early stage of 5-star. However, this palm still brought about a strong threat to Ma Qianli. The black palm print seemed to absorb all the light around it. Vaguely, there was a wisp of energy around the palm, as if a black dragon was swimming. There was a domineering dragon roar, as if a black dragon had come to the world. It left the palm and fiercely bombarded Ma Qianli. Cut! With a shout, Ma Qianli's long sword slashed down, turning into lightning and colliding with the black palm print. The terrifying energy surged, and the black dragon wailed under the long sword. It was cut in half and scattered, and the sword light also shattered. Yuan Ran took 2 steps back, and the effect of the soft body scattering powder became more and more obvious. The characteristic of the soft body scattering powder was that the more power was used, the faster it took effect. After Ma Qianli also took 2 steps back, the long sword trembled. His arm trembled slightly, and the trembling long sword immediately stilled, as if it was his own arm. He rushed out, raised the long sword, and slashed down again. Yuan Ran tried his best to stimulate his internal strength, but he felt that his powerful internal strength was like a blocked river, so slow that it made people despair. The slashing sword made Yuan Ran feel what was called despair. Move for me. Yuan Ran's teeth were about to split as he roared in his heart. He was the son of a prince, the heir of a dynasty. He had a noble birth and a high status. In the future, he would be the heir of a prince. How could he die here? How could he die under the blade of a lowly pervert? However, the more he moved and mobilized his internal strength, the stronger and faster the soft body scattering powder spread throughout his body, making Yuan Ran feel his whole body gradually heat up and become limp. It was inevitable. Was he going to die here today? No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. Chapter 299. The arrow broke through the air like an aurora, piercing through the sky and shooting. This arrow was not aimed at Ma Qianli's saber, but at Ma Qianli's head. If Ma Qianli insisted on killing Yuan Ran, he would be shot in the head by this arrow, which was very likely to be fatal. Ma Qianli was a person who cherished his life, especially after comprehending and mastering the unity of body and saber. His future potential was limitless. He was not willing to take a risk and fight with his life. The exquisite saber technique was displayed. The saber that was originally aimed at Yuan Ran did not have any delay. It was like a swallow turning back in midair. There was no reluctance. Once again, it highlighted the strength of the unity of body and saber. After the arrow was chopped and shattered, the saber slashed across the sky, leaving behind a stunning and unparalleled trajectory. It circled around Ma Qianli's body, reflecting the light of the rising sun. The saber was perfectly integrated with Ma Qianli's arm, as if it grew directly from the arm. It brought a strong impact to Chunzong, not only on the visual impact, but also on the spiritual impact. The long saber fell. Yuan Ran seized the opportunity and barely avoided it, but his face was cut by the saber wind. There was a cut, like an open mouth. There was no time and no mind to take care of the wound. He rolled awkwardly, like a rolling gourd covered with dust. You spoiled my good things again and again. I'll kill you first. Ma Qianli did not pursue Yuan Ran, because in his view, these people inhaled the weakness of the body. For a certain period of time, their strength was scattered and they were weak. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. There was only one person who could really threaten him, and that was Chunzong. Or, it was the bow and arrow in Chunzong's hand. The first arrow made Ma Qianli feel the horror of death. It also made him break through the great horror brought by death. He mastered the unity of body and saber and became more powerful. The second and third arrows saved the people he wanted to kill. No matter what, Ma Qianli could not let go of Chunzong. He would kill Chunzong first and remove the threat he posed. Then, he would slowly torture and kill the people who were poisoned by the desire-softening powder to vent the fear of being hunted down. Thinking of this, the corners of Ma Qianli's mouth unconsciously curled into an evil smile. The killing intent in his eyes was shocking. A distance of more than 300 meters was nothing to Ma Qianli, who had peerless lightness skill. He could quickly cross it in a breath. The long saber was like a thunderbolt that tore the sky apart. With an unparalleled killing intent, it ruthlessly attacked Chunzong. Yang Qifeng and the others could only watch helplessly as Ma Qianli charged towards Chunzong. This was because the effect of the desire-weakening powder had completely taken effect. They only felt that their bodies were hot and dry, but their limbs were weak and powerless. Their inner strength was scattered, and they were unable to gather the slightest bit. All kinds of charming thoughts constantly emerged in their minds. It was getting closer. The lightning-like saber light crossed 100 meters, 200 meters. It was getting closer and closer. The terrible killing intent was like a storm that was about to swallow and destroy Chunzong. The arrow shot by Chunzong was cut in half by the saber, but it couldn't stop the opponent's footsteps. That saber contained Ma Qianli's essence, qi, and spirit. It contained Ma Qianli's understanding and mastery of the saber. It had reached an extremely profound level. It seems that the truth of martial arts doesn't distinguish between good and evil people. A thought flashed through Chunzong's mind. There were good and evil people in this world. As a warrior, whether good or evil, it was more obvious and thorough than ordinary people. But no matter whether a person was good or evil, martial arts didn't distinguish between cultivation methods and martial arts. The truth of martial arts was the realm of absolute fairness and neutrality. It wouldn't favor you because you were old, nor would it fall in love with you because you were young. It wouldn't even be controlled by your behavior. It was closely related to talent and potential. Talent and potential had nothing to do with good or evil. A strong person wasn't necessarily a good person, and a weak person wasn't necessarily a bad person. Everything was possible in the face of life. Martial arts was the way of loyalty and the purest way. Countless insights emerged in Chunzong's mind. Then, he thought of the sword move of state scholar Yi Fifan in Splendid Garden in Linshan Commandery. That sword move seemed to have cut through the darkness of the morning and brought dawn. That sword move was incomparably stunning. Every time Chunzong comprehended it, he knew that what that sword move represented was a kind of superb state of swordsmanship. In other words, it represented a kind of state of swordsmanship. Martial arts was a great way between heaven and earth. It went straight through the past and the present, and no one knew how deep it was. Swordsmanship belonged to martial arts, but it was separated from martial arts and became its own way. The unity of body and sword belonged to the state of martial arts. And the unity of body and sword was the standard and threshold for a warrior to enter the state of swordsmanship. More and more insights came to him, like a torrent bursting through a dam. Yi Fifan's sword move left an indelible mark in Chunzong's mind and planted a seed. However, at that time, Chunzong's combat strength was far inferior to Yi Fifan's, so his comprehension was limited. Up until now, Chunzong's comprehension had already accumulated to a pinnacle. Ma Qianli's sudden burst of power under the great terror of death and his comprehension of becoming one with the saber had directly affected Chunzong. Then, Ma Qianli attacked again and again with his sword. His superb swordsmanship, his power beyond the limit, and his smooth control brought an indescribable impact to Chunzong. Although Chunzong was shooting arrows, he didn't forget to observe and comprehend. Now, Ma Qianli's slash had crossed a distance of over 300 meters. His entire body and the long saber in his hand had become one. Finally, he had shattered the last shackle on Chunzongshin's path of enlightenment. A feeling as if something was broken spontaneously arose. His fingers seemed to move uncontrollably, as if he wanted to hold something. It seemed that the bow in his hand was not used to it. "Sword," he murmured, and the clouds parted to reveal the moon. It was clear in an instant. "Sword." The idea became clearer, and an inexplicable attraction seemed to come from the depths of his bone marrow. "Sword." For the third time, Chunzong unconsciously loosened his index fingers, and the precious fierce dragon bow and the expensive magic iron arrow fell at the same time. An indescribable throbbing from the bottom of his heart, bone, and soul drove Chunzong's hands to clasp the sword hilt at the same time. The sword hilt of the red thunder sword. The sword hilt of the ancient sword. The moment his hands clasped the sword hilt, a feeling of blood connection from the depths of his bone marrow arose spontaneously. It was as if the two swords in his hands had always been one, and they grew together from the mother's body when they were very, very young. For the first time, Chunzong felt the aura of the swords and the throbbing of the swords. It was as if the swords in his hand had come alive, full of spirit, as if they were little lives that shared life and death with him. With the swords in hand, Chunzong could clearly feel the tyrannical power contained in the red thunder sword. It was the sword chi in his dream when he crossed the 100 Beast Mountain range, a terrifying sword chi that could threaten a transcendent realm master. Chunzong would not casually trigger this sword chi. It would be a waste. Taking a deep breath, Chunzong woke up from his intoxication. Body and sword is one. Hand and sword are one. Body and sword are also one. Hand can be sword. Body can also be sword. Body and sword is one. Sword is hand. Sword is leg. Although they seemed to be scattered, they actually contained indescribably profound insights. They appeared one after another, causing Chunzong's understanding of the unity of body and sword to become clearer and deeper. This was something that Ma Qianli could not compare to. In fact, with Ma Qianli's talent and potential, he might not necessarily be able to comprehend body and sword as one. It was only because of the great terror between life and death that he was able to break through. It was a barbaric type of mastery. In the end, it was only a preliminary mastery. It would be very difficult to improve. Ma Qianli would need to spend a lot of time and energy in the later stages to gradually deepen it. Chunzong, on the other hand, was different. Ever since he had obtained the mysterious sword tip and modified it, his potential had been constantly unlocked. As time went by, as he continued to cultivate and comprehend, his understanding of the sword grew deeper and deeper. Bit by bit, it formed an accumulation. Unlike Ma Qianli's accumulation was not enough. Therefore, after breaking through with the help of the great terror between life and death, he remained at the most preliminary level of body and sword as one. Chunzong was different. After breaking through, a new door seemed to open in front of him. A more wonderful world suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, the accumulation of the past also turned into countless insights, deepening Chunzong's understanding and mastery of body and sword as one. Body and martial arts as one was a general term for a martial arts realm, and there were detailed divisions. The first level of body and martial arts as one was called unification. As the name implied, it was the integration of one's strength, the combination of one's weapon and martial arts techniques, and the power could be exerted beyond the limit. Now Ma Qianli was at the unification level of body and sword as one. The second level was called Lingwu. As the name implied, the weapon seemed to be given life and came to life, and so did the cultivation method and martial arts techniques. The second level was far superior to the first level, and the gap was very obvious. Some warriors could not break through after mastering body and martial arts as one for the rest of their lives, and could only be stuck at the unification level. At this moment, Chunzong was crossing the first level merge and gradually entering the second level spiritual martial force. This was due to his continuous training and the accumulation of his consciousness. The benefits of this accumulation were brought about by the explosion of his accumulation. If other warriors knew that Chunzong had advanced from Lingwu to the second level of Lingwu in such a short time, they would be so jealous that they would go crazy. Ma Qianli, who was wielding his sword with all his strength, suddenly felt that Chunzong's breath had changed. The change made him feel a little familiar, and it seemed to be a little similar to him, but there seemed to be some differences. The two swords seemed to come to life and were about to fly out, which gave Ma Qianli a very bad feeling. Chapter 300. The saber radiance was brighter than the light of the morning sun. It was filled with violent killing intent, tearing the world apart. The saber was still dozens of meters away, but Chunzong could clearly feel the extremely terrifying saber pressure, as if it was going to split him in half. The ground in front of him had a 10-meter-long mark carved out by the invisible saber pressure, and the ground behind him also had a several-meter-long mark. Such a saber was enough to make people feel desperate. Even martial artists who were more powerful than Ma Qianli would feel the invisible pressure as long as they didn't master the body martial unification. However, Chunzong didn't feel the pressure because he had reached the second stage of the body sword unification, Lingwu realm. In terms of realms, he completely crushed Ma Qianli's first stage of the unification realm. His eyes shone like sharp swords piercing through the sky, and his combat strength skyrocketed. I should be at the peak of the 4-star level, Chunzong said to himself. Ma Qianli's combat strength was at the beginning of the 5-star level, which was even more powerful than the peak of the 4-star level. It was difficult to defeat Ma Qianli with the combat strength of the peak of the 4-star level, let alone kill him. Chunzong's purpose was not only to fight Ma Qianli, but also to complete the assessment task and bring Ma Qianli's head to the authorities. Burning blood. Without hesitation, Chunzong performed the secret technique, burning blood combat technique. Chunzong's pure yang qi started burning, transforming into a tyrannical power that filled his entire body. A blood-red flame appeared around Chunzong's body. The flame danced, bathing Chunzong in it, making him look like a fiery war god. He held the sword with both hands, and his eyes seemed to have a trace of blood-red light, which made him look even sharper. The vigorous, domineering, and sharp, chaotic origin breaking force rolled like waves. Mixed with the powerful force of the burning, pure yang qi and blood, it became even more terrifying. His combat strength increased again, the beginning of the 5-star level. His combat strength was not inferior to Ma Qianli's. His arm shook slightly, and the two swords hummed. The humming of the swords was melodious, like the sound of heaven. Chunzong moved without using any body movement or footwork. His body seemed to have become one with the two swords in his hands. He turned into a blood-red sword light that tore through the sky like a flash of lightning and an aurora aiming to kill Ma Qianli. When the saber and sword collided, an extremely powerful force erupted. Sword qi and saber qi surged in all directions, tearing apart the surrounding ground, leaving behind sword marks that were over 10 meters long. Chunzong's other sword pierced through the air and stabbed toward Ma Qianli like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky. Its trajectory was mysterious, seemingly erratic, but in fact, it was simple and swift. It stabbed toward Ma Qianli's glabella. Ma Qianli's expression changed. He hurriedly wielded his saber like the wind to block Chunzong's sword. Unexpectedly, the sword seemed to have come alive. It bypassed Ma Qianli's saber and increased its speed. Ma Qianli's expression changed again. Ma Qianli's glabella was pierced, but there was no blood. It was just an afterimage. Ma Qianli performed a peerless lightness skill at the critical moment and narrowly avoided Chunzong's sword. There was a drop of dark red blood on his glabella. He was almost killed. Ma Qianli was scared. At the same time, he was sure that his opponent had mastered the body martial arts integration, just like him, and he felt that his opponent was more powerful than him. Die! Ma Qianli was furious. His murderous intent was like an erupting volcano. His long saber slashed through the air, turning into a thunderbolt that could destroy everything. This was a killing move. It immediately brought a terrible threat to Chunzong. With the body sword integration, Chunzong's perception was raised to the extreme. He immediately reacted and narrowly avoided the long saber. His figure strangely bypassed it and appeared behind Ma Qianli, crossing his two swords. The cross-shaped sword light was sharp and unparalleled. It came to him in an instant. Ma Qianli was horrified. Yuan ran. Yang Qifeng and others tried their best to open their eyes. However, they were weak and hot all over. There were more and more charming thoughts in their minds, especially those who had experienced sex. They found that some part of their bodies was particularly strong and powerful. In spite of this, they tried their best to stay awake. Anyway, they were all super geniuses. Their strong spiritual will was certain. They were shocked to find that Chunzong could fight with Ma Qianli, who had mastered the body sword integration. Originally, they thought that Chunzong's combat power was not high and he was the weakest among them. Therefore, in this assessment task, they didn't pay attention to Chunzong and didn't regard him as an opponent. Unexpectedly, it was Chunzong, who they didn't pay attention to, who first forced Ma Qianli to stay with his bow and arrow, making him unable to get away. Then, 2 more arrows saved Yang Qifeng and Yuan Ran. On the other hand, one of them was killed. The remaining 6 were now softly lying on the ground. If Chunzong hadn't restrained Ma Qianli, they would have been killed by Ma Qianli. No one wanted to die, especially when they were performing the assessment task of State Night. It was the most humiliating to be killed by a pervert. They all wanted to thank Chunzong. It was equivalent to Chunzong saving their lives. Otherwise, they would have died in humiliation one by one. The inner shock was indescribable, especially Yuan Ran. From the beginning, he was unhappy with Chunzong because of the relationship with Shi Huanyue. Later, he asked Chunzong for information about Ma Qianli. Chunzong didn't give it to him, which made Yuan Ran even more unhappy. Despite this, Yuan Ran didn't really pay attention to Chunzong. But now he was alive because of Chunzong. Yuan Ran almost went crazy. In any case, it was a fact that he was temporarily alive because of Chunzong. Chunzong didn't know the complicated thoughts of the people, and he was concentrating on fighting with Ma Qianli. Although the unity of body and sword reached the 2nd level of Lingwu, Chunzong really just mastered the unity of body and sword. This feeling was very wonderful, and Ma Qianli also mastered the unity of body and sword. Although he was not as good as Chunzong in the realm, his fighting power was at the same level. He could let Chunzong fight to his heart's content, familiarize himself with this feeling, and then master this feeling. Unconsciously, Ma Qianli became a sparring partner and a whetstone for Chunzong to help him better master the unity of body and sword. But Ma Qianli didn't have this awareness. Damn it, if only I had chosen a secret method to improve my strength. Ma Qianli secretly regretted while dealing with Chunzong's double swords. There were many kinds of secret methods, some to improve attack, some to improve defense, some to improve speed, and so on. It happened that Ma Qianli pursued the ultimate speed, and the secret method he chose to practice was related to speed. Moreover, based on his own interests, that secret method was a secret method specially used to escape. The secret method of escape was very useful in an irresistible situation, but it had no effect when fighting with a strong enemy. Let Ma Qianli retreat? He was unwilling to accept this. He was extremely unwilling. If Ma Qianli didn't comprehend the unity of body and sword, he might retreat. But after comprehending the unity of body and sword, the feeling was different, and his mentality was completely different. Kill Chunzong, and then kill several other people, leave here at large, and his future was limitless. After a quarter of an hour, Chunzong's double swords became more agile and more powerful. There were more than 100 different kinds of swordsmanship that he had practiced, no matter what grade they were. He had mastered the essence of each of them and reached the imperceptible realm. More than 100 different kinds of swordsmanship, no matter the grade, showed a unique charm under Chunzong's double swords. Under the Lingwu realm of the unity of body and sword, the power of each sword was very powerful and mysterious. Gradually, it gave Chunzong a very special feeling, as if he could comprehend something from it. However, he didn't know whether it was because his realm was not enough or because his accumulation was not enough. Ma Qianli complained incessantly. The unity of body and sword was suppressed. The opponent's swordsmanship was not only powerful, but also flexible and changeable. Every sword was beyond the limit, and the power was amazing. Damn it, I have to leave. Ma Qianli finally came to his senses and realized that if he continued to fight, the consequences would be unpredictable. Moreover, the desire weakening powder had a time limit. Once the time was up, those people would recover, and then the martial artist with a 5-star combat strength would be a great threat to him. As the long sword fell, Ma Qianli immediately retreated and wanted to use a secret method to escape. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong's eyes shone with a sharp light. His silver eyes were cold and ruthless. They turned into 2 invisible sword lights and shot out. Secret method: spiritual sword. As Chunzong's spiritual will grew stronger, the power of the spiritual sword also increased and became more powerful. Especially after he mastered the second realm of the unity of body and sword, it was even more amazing. Ma Qianli was caught off guard, and his body trembled involuntarily. He felt as if his head was pierced by a sharp sword, and an indescribable pain arose spontaneously. Ma Qianli screamed miserably, and the escape technique that he was about to use was immediately interrupted. The lightning that had been circling around his body dissipated. Chunzong's grasp of timing was extremely precise. The 2 swords pierced through the air with indescribable agility. Ma Qianli was horrified and quickly dodged. However, he only managed to avoid one sword, and the other sword directly pierced his throat. Ma Qianli's counterattack was blocked by Chunzong, and his wrist flipped and cut horizontally. Ma Qianli's head flew high into the air. Ma Qianli's eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. After killing Ma Qianli, Chunzong quickly stopped using the burning blood combat technique. 80% of his pure yang qi was consumed, and his face was pale. Sheathing his sword, he quickly searched Ma Qianli's body. Unfortunately, he only found 2 porcelain bottles and some spirit shells. Chun Zong did not find the peerless lightness skill that Ma Qianli cultivated, which he wanted the most. He took out the prepared powder and sprinkled it on Ma Qianli's head. It could ensure that the head would not rot for a certain period of time. Chun Zong tore off Ma Qianli's coat and wrapped the head. Carrying the thunderblade, Chun Zong glanced at the people who were struggling to get up. He turned around without hesitation and used the wind and water step to leave quickly. These people were gradually overcoming the effects of the paralysis pill and gradually recovering their strength. Chun Zong did not think that they would not fight with him for Ma Qianli's head after they recovered. The best thing to do was to leave before they fully recovered. Chapter 301. Under the sunlight, the red-scaled dragon horse's scales sparkled. It galloped like a red ray of light, quickly rushing out of Three Yuan Town and towards the capital. Stop! Vaguely, Chun Zong seemed to hear a roar from afar, full of unwillingness. Chun Zong recognized that was the voice of Yu and Ran and the others. Ignoring them, the red-scaled dragon horse galloped away, making Yu and Ran and the others feel despair. Chase! Yu and Ran gnashed his teeth in hatred. Raising all his strength, he quickly rushed towards Three Yuan Town. They couldn't catch up to Chun Zong just by relying on their legs. They could only return to the town and ride the red-scaled dragon horse. However, when they rode the red-scaled dragon horse to chase after Chun Zong was already far away from Three Yuan Town. In this situation, unless the red-scaled dragon horse they rode could double their speed, catching up to Chun Zong was simply an extravagant hope. 8 assessment missions. That means there are at most 8 people who can pass the assessment. A middle-aged man wearing a luxurious gold and silver robe with black dragons circling around it laughed. He was one of the 2 kings left in the capital, the Black Dragon King. Maybe only 5 or 6. The Purple Dragon King laughed. 8 assessment missions. None of them were simple. Some even had life-threatening dangers. Even if no one died, the difficulty of completing them was still very, very high. Wait, the results will come out in about 10 days. The Black Dragon King laughed, but he was thinking of his son, Yuan Ran. Yuan Ran wasn't an only son, but one of his children. His talent and potential were the best, and he was valued by the Black Dragon King. The assessment mission Yuan Ran chose was to chase and kill the Flower Demon Horse for 1,000 miles. The Black Dragon King was very clear about this, so he felt that the one who completed this assessment mission would definitely be Yuan Ran. Outside the capital, a red ray of light was quickly approaching. Behind it, several red rays of light were closely following, as if they were chasing after the figure in front. Quick, quick, quick! Don't let him enter the city. Catch up to him, or we'll be too late once we enter the city. However, at a distance of several hundred meters, they were unable to surpass the other party in terms of speed. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the other party rushed to the city gate. Then, after being verified by the guards, they entered the outer city of the royal city. Damn it! The pursuers were all furious, especially when the other party turned back to look at them when he entered the outer city gate. There was a smile on his face that was not a smile, and he looked very proud. It was as if he was provoking them, but there was nothing they could do. No one dared to use force within the royal capital. No matter who it was, the consequences would be severe, especially for examinees like them. If they used force, they would be disqualified immediately. Haha, state scholar, this is something that is already in my Sang Zhanjuan's hands. The person who walked into the outer city laughed inwardly, feeling incredibly excited. There were more than 90 people fighting for the right to become a state knight, and there were a total of 8 examination missions. Now that he had completed one of them, even though he had to compete with the other examinees in the future, it shouldn't be difficult for him to obtain one of the 3 slots for the state knight with his peak 4-star fighting prowess. This was what Sang Zhanjuan thought. At this moment, the people outside the royal capital saw a red figure rapidly approaching and rushing towards the city gate. Who is that? It seems to be Chun Zong, the newly promoted Earth Pavilion member of the Dragon Pavilion. Could it be that he also completed the examination mission? Impossible. I remember that their mission seemed to have Prince Yuan Ran as well. Everyone knows how strong Prince Yuanran is. Chunzong can't possibly be Prince Yuanran's opponent. While they were discussing, Chunzong rode the red-scaled dragon horse and quickly passed by them. Their gazes also swept over, and their pupils contracted because they saw a round and bulging package beside the red-scaled dragon horse. Could it be? These people looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. They felt that it was inconceivable, and their heads were dizzy. Passing by the crowd, Chunzong crossed the city gate and entered the outer city. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Here, he didn't have to worry about Yuanran and the others catching up to snatch Ma Qianli's head. Chunzong, who had relaxed, thought about the battle between himself and Ma Qianli, especially the feeling of comprehending the unity of body and sword. Now that he had just comprehended and mastered it, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Entering the inner city, he went straight to the Guan mansion. First, he returned the red-scaled dragon horse, the fierce dragon bow, and the water-splitting arrow to the Guan mansion. At the same time, he also informed them that he had lost a water-splitting arrow. No matter, Marquis Jingyuan was calm and collected, but his gaze fell on the package in Chunzong's left hand. Is it the item for the examination mission? Exactly, Chunzong responded. Good. Marquis Jingyuan's face showed a smile. He was more and more satisfied with the disciple his younger brother had accepted. Previously, for the sake of his younger brother's face, he let Guan Yunxiao recommend Chunzong to participate in the examination of the Dragon Pavilion. Originally, he thought that Chunzong might not be able to pass the examination. Compared to the examination of the geniuses outside the capital, the difficulty of the examination was one level higher than that of the geniuses in the capital. Even if he could pass, at best, he would only get a human-level pavilion member status. Unexpectedly, Chunzong could get an Earth-level pavilion member, which was equivalent to the potential of a Heaven-level pavilion member. It was also because of this that Marquis Jingyuan was willing to lend the fierce dragon bow and the water-splitting arrow to Chunzong. However, although Chunzong's talent and potential were very high, his combat strength was not strong enough. It was very difficult for him to stand out among the crowd, and the possibility of him completing the examination mission was very, very low. After all, the other participants were not weak in talent and potential, and their combat strength was amazing. But now, after learning that Chunzong had completed the examination mission, it was impossible not to be surprised. He was more satisfied. Therefore, Marquis Jingyuan did not care about losing a water-splitting arrow. Chunzong bid farewell to Marquis Jingyuan, left the Guan mansion with Ma Qianli's head, and quickly went to the Coiling Dragon Hall in the palace. The moment Chunzong entered the Coiling Dragon Hall, for pairs of eyes swept over and fell on his face. Among them, two contained a deep and vast pressure as deep as the abyss, as if they could see through him inside out. One came from the Amethyst Dragon King, and the other came from a middle-aged man in a black dragon and gold robe. Chunzong immediately guessed his identity, the Black Dragon King. The Amethyst Dragon King gave off a feeling of nobility in his majesty, while the Black Dragon King gave off a feeling of dominance in his majesty. The other two gazes came from two young men in their early 20s. It seemed like they had also completed the examination mission. What's your name? What examination mission? The Amethyst Dragon King asked, but his eyes fell on the package in Chunzong's hand. Amethyst Dragon King, my name is Chunzong. My examination mission is to hunt down Hua Xianma Qianli. Chunzong bowed slightly. Hearing Chunzong's words, the Black Dragon King's expression changed slightly, and his eyes shone with a shocking sharpness. Chunzong only felt his body tighten, as if he was bound by an invisible and extremely powerful force. He also endured an inexplicable pressure, as if his whole body was suddenly thrown into an endless abyss, falling continuously and sinking forever. Even if he comprehended the body and sword unification and reached the second stage, he was still unable to resist. This was the power of a transcendent realm master. Suddenly, Chunzong felt himself being pulled back by an invisible force, involuntarily breaking out in a cold sweat. his face pale. Brother Wang, the examination depends on one's own ability. The Amethyst Dragon King said with a slight smile. The Black Dragon King coldly snorted, glancing at Qinzong, but didn't say anything. Qinzong knew that the Black Dragon King had given him that feeling, and the Amethyst Dragon King had helped him. Qinzong, I'll remember your name. The Amethyst Dragon King smiled at Qinzong. The difference between the Transcendent Realm and the Transcendent Realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. A Transcendent Realm Master often didn't care about those below the Transcendent Realm, as if they were ants. Being able to make a Transcendent Realm Master say, "I'll remember your name," was an honor, not to mention a mere force refining cultivator. The Amethyst Dragon King said this because Qinzong had completed this assessment task. One had to know that in this assessment task, Yuan Ran's combat power was amazing and had long been recognized as the one to complete the assessment task. Everyone else was reduced to a supporting role, and in the end, Yuan Ran would be one of the 3 national night spots. But now, it was completely unexpected that Qinzong had completed the assessment task of chasing down Hua Xianma. Naturally, Yuan Ran failed and was eliminated. If this king finds out that you used some kind of conspiracy to complete this assessment task, you'll have to bear the consequences. The Black Dragon King once again glanced at Qinzong and coldly said, each word carrying an astonishing pressure, like a thunderstorm that wanted to destroy Qinzong. Fortunately, Qinzong's willpower was very strong, and with the help of the Amethyst Dragon King, he was fine. Finished speaking, the Black Dragon King turned and left the coiling dragon hall. Since his son had been eliminated, what was the point of staying? My royal brother's attitude, you don't need to take it to heart. The Amethyst Dragon King smiled. I wouldn't dare. Qinzong replied, neither slowly nor quickly. The Amethyst Dragon King couldn't help but shake his head slightly, not daring. Qinzong's answer was very interesting. He didn't dare, not he wouldn't. He didn't dare because his cultivation was inferior, his strength was inferior, and his status was inferior, so he didn't dare. But in his heart, it was inevitable that he would feel dissatisfied. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the Amethyst Dragon King's help, Qinzong's willpower would have already been damaged. Qinzong feeling dissatisfied was normal, but Qinzong also knew that the gap between them was too big. There was no comparison at all, so he could only silently endure and wait for the future. The Black Dragon King could actually see a thing or two, but he didn't care. In the end, he was just a trivial ant. No matter how high one's talent was, in the end, it wasn't strength. The Transcendent Realm was the boundary between heaven and earth. The gap between them was indescribable. Even those so-called pseudo-Transcendent Realm Masters were nothing in the eyes of true Transcendent Realm Masters. The Amethyst Dragon King also didn't care about Qinzong's attitude. Whether he was dissatisfied or not, it didn't matter. Qinzong handed over the severed head of flowery demon Ma Qianli, and the Amethyst Dragon King could tell whether it was real or fake after a glance. Good. The assessment will last for 1 month. There are still a dozen days left. You can all go back and wait for further notice. The Amethyst Dragon King said. The 3 of them bowed to the Amethyst Dragon King one after another before turning around and leaving the coiling dragon hall. Sung Zhanjuan, Jiang Tianmu. Qinzong knew that these 2 people might become his rivals in winning the National Scholar title. There are still a dozen days left. I can cultivate well and strive to further improve my cultivation, increasing my combat strength so that I can win the National Scholar title. Chapter 302. The maple leaves were as red as fire, swaying in the wind like bright red flames, dancing and swaying. It was a beautiful sight to behold. The maple leaves around the red maple meadow swayed. A figure stood among them, holding a sword in one hand in front of him. The index and middle fingers of his left hand were close together, slowly brushing the red blade. Body and sword as one, Qinzong murmured softly. His eyes contained a clear and deep light, as if reflecting a world. In that world, there was a miniature of the sword in front of him, incomparably agile. Before, Chunzong didn't know much about body and sword as one. Therefore, there were many things he didn't understand. But after returning to the Guan mansion, he borrowed relevant books and finally had a more intuitive understanding and mastery of body and sword as one. The first level was Return to One. After mastering this level, one's strength could be completely integrated. The most important thing was the high degree of integration of weapons and martial arts, surpassing the limit. The second level was Lingwu. Whether it was weapons or martial arts, it would be as if they were given life and become incomparably agile. Naturally, their power would be correspondingly increased, and they would be more flexible in battle. The third level was Divine Reflection. This was a very mysterious level. Chunzong didn't have a comprehensive understanding of it from books. There were only a few records, and he could only imagine it from bits and pieces of words. After all, in the entire Cloud Dragon dynasty, there were very few martial artists who could master body and sword as one. And those who could comprehend body and sword as one to the second level were even rarer. As for the third level, it was still unknown whether anyone had reached it. Chunzong was sure that after comprehending body and sword as one, he had indeed reached the second level. This was a level that many true martial realm experts couldn't reach. However, Chunzong gradually understood his shortcomings. That was, the time he had spent comprehending body and sword as one was too short. He couldn't fully display the mysteries contained in it. This was good. Pseudo-spiritual weapons. Pseudo-spiritual weapons had extraordinary power. Martial artists in the qi refining realm could use pseudo-spiritual weapons to display their power, but only a small part of it. Only those who had reached the true martial realm could display most of the power of pseudo-spiritual weapons. Only those who had reached the pseudo-transcendence realm could display the full power of pseudo-spiritual weapons. To display the power of pseudo-spiritual weapons, it depended on cultivation. To display the mysterious power of body and sword as one, it depended on cultivation, comprehension, and mastery. Although there were differences between the two, there were also similarities. After half a month of cultivation and comprehension, Chunzong's understanding of the first level of the body and sword as one had become more comprehensive. However, it was still very difficult to completely grasp it. In other words, there was no limit to this level of understanding. As long as one continued to cultivate and comprehend it, they would continue to deepen their understanding. If the realms were to be compared to two lines, one was horizontal and the other was vertical. The vertical line represented the height of the realm, extending from low to high. The horizontal line represented the width of the realm, and how many mysteries were contained within it. This was Chunzong's understanding after half a month, and it was also very accurate. The red thunder sword was swung out very slowly, as if there was no power behind it. However, the air under the sword rippled like water, spreading out invisible ripples. It was like a sword cutting through water. It was slow and light. It seemed weightless, but it contained amazing power. This was the power of body and sword as one. Chunzong withdrew his sword and waved it again. He was neither slow nor fast. Under the uniform speed of the sword, the dust in the air seemed to be crushed. Again, a layer of water-like ripples appeared. Sword after sword. Sword after sword, they looked so ordinary, but they were all tempered to the extreme. The sound of the sword was melodious and the wind was whistling. There seemed to be invisible sword chi in the air. Suddenly, sword marks appeared on the rockery more than 10 meters away. The marks were smooth as if they had been cut by a divine weapon. In the past half a month, Chunzong repeatedly waved his sword at body and sword as one. He waved his sword at least 1,000 times a day. He didn't feel tired or bored. He was completely immersed in it. His understanding and mastery of body and sword became deeper and deeper. After practicing, Chunzong sat cross-legged and began to cultivate Origin Breaking Force. Origin Breaking Force was still at the 5th level. The 6th level was harder to break through than Chunzong expected. The vigorous, domineering, and sharp chaotic heaven origin shattering energy was like a surging river. It circulated endlessly, passing through Chunzong's bones and muscles like an undulating python. From the outside, Chunzong's muscles seemed to be expanding and contracting. In the past half a month, Chunzong practiced his sword again and again. After exhausting his inner force, he sat down to cultivate origin-breaking force. His cultivation kept improving. Now, he had reached the peak of the middle stage of training force. He was only a step away from the late stage. Impact, impact, impact. His whole body trembled as if something was broken. The powerful inner force in his body paused for a moment and then moved again. It seemed to be more powerful. Chunzong knew that he had made a breakthrough. The late stage of 9th transformation of training force. I finally made a breakthrough, Chunzong said to himself with a smile. A breakthrough in cultivation meant a further improvement in combat strength. However, it was only a small breakthrough. It probably couldn't make his combat strength reach the peak. After all, it was more difficult to reach the late stage of training force. It was more difficult than a small breakthrough in cultivation. Chunzong estimated that if he could reach the peak of the 9th transformation of training force, his combat strength would reach the early stage of 5-star. However, he was now at the late stage of the 9th transformation. The peak of the 9th transformation was not far away. Chunzong continued to practice his sword with his inner force fully recovered. In the blink of an eye, the 1-month time limit for the State Knight exam was up. Someone came to the Guan Mansion to inform Chunzong to gather at the Coiling Dragon Palace. After tidying up quickly, Chunzong left the Guan Mansion with his 2 swords and headed to the Coiling Dragon Palace. When he walked into the Coiling Dragon Palace, the Amethyst Dragon King was sitting on the throne. There were 3 other people who arrived earlier than Chunzong. After waiting for about half an hour, 2 more people arrived. Yuan He, Jiang Tianmu, Tsang Zhanjuan, Chunzong, Su Xiaoshui, Yuan Bing. I congratulate the 6 of you for completing the exam within the time limit. The Amethyst Dragon King said. Chunzong was stunned. There were a total of 9 assessment missions, but only 6 people had completed them. This caused Chunzong's heart to tremble. There were 98 people who participated in the exam. 91 came back alive. The Amethyst Dragon King said again. Everyone's expression changed slightly. 7 people died. It also meant that it was very difficult to become a State Knight. It was life-threatening. However, everyone still rushed to the exam. The Amethyst Dragon King glanced at everyone as he spoke. He paused on Chunzong's face. These days, he had learned about the details of the 1,000-mile chase. He had to admit that everything was so unexpected. He also had to admit that Chunzong was a genius with great potential. Although Yuan Ran was very unwilling, he did not hide anything. Otherwise, he would not only lose the title of State Knight, but also his moral character as a warrior. Moreover, there were other examinees, especially the fatty young Qifeng, who was saved by Chunzong. It was even more impossible for him to hide anything. He was good at sword arts and archery. He could actually use a bow and arrow to intimidate Ma Qianli, making him unable to escape. In the end, he even mastered the unity of body and sword and killed Ma Qianli, who mastered the unity of body and sword. In other words, Chunzong was able to complete the exam without any tricks. It was his real strength. There are only 3 State Knights. There are 6 of you. Therefore, you'll have a final battle. The loser will be eliminated. The winner will get the right to be conferred the title of State Knight. As the Amethyst Dragon King finished speaking, the 6 people's eyes shone brightly. State Knight. It was a symbol of status. It was a symbol of honor. Even though being conferred the title of Kingdom Knight didn't have any real authority, it was still an extremely high honor and status. It was also possible to enjoy the special treatment of the dynasty. It could be said that this was a very, very high title. It was the goal of countless martial artists. 6 people, 3 spots. It meant that 3 people were going to be eliminated. Immediately, everyone's eyes swept over and saw the other 5 as their opponents. Follow this king, the Amethyst Dragon King said. He waved his sleeve and walked out of the Coiling Dragon Palace. He walked through the square in front of the palace and walked along the white jade dragon corridor. He then walked through the garden where the red flowers were still blooming like flames. He passed through the green bamboo forest that was swaying in the wind. Finally, he arrived at an octagonal arena. There were 8 huge pillars around the arena. Each pillar was made of white jade. There were dragons coiling around them. Their heads were facing the sky, and their mouths were slightly open. It was as if they were roaring towards the sky. "This is the Dragon Battle Arena," the Amethyst Dragon King said. There were many people standing around the Dragon Battle Arena. Looking at their clothes, each of them had high status. Their bodies were filled with tyrannical aura. These people belonged to the royal family. Chunzong saw the Black Dragon King and Yuan Ran. When Yuan Ran saw Chunzong, he was slightly startled at first. Then, his eyes emitted a sharp light and shot over. Chunzong ignored him. Here, Chunzong also saw other people who participated in the assessment but were eliminated. He also saw Shi Huanyu. Shi Huanyue was standing with 2 other people. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing a moon-white robe embroidered with a pair of dragons circling around his robe. His scholarly aura made him seem like a Confucian scholar, but at the same time, he was full of vigor and vitality. The other person was also wearing a white robe, but there were no dragon patterns. He was a young man in his 20s. He looked similar to Shi Huanyu. He should be Shi Huanyu's relative. Perhaps feeling the gaze, Shi Huanyu looked over. Seeing that it was Chunzong, she smiled. Chunzong also smiled back. This scene happened to be seen by the middle-aged man and the young man. Their eyes fell on Chunzong's face at the same time. A sharp light flashed in their eyes, as if they wanted to see through Chunzong. Immediately, a figure appeared. He strode over and appeared in front of Chunzong. His face was full of smiles, and he looked very enthusiastic. "Brother Chun, congratulations on passing the assessment. It was the second prince, Yuan. I still have to fight." Chunzong smiled. "It's okay. Do your best." Yuan smiled. He didn't dare to say that Chunzong could take the title of national scholar. Otherwise, if Chunzong was eliminated, it would be a slap to his face. Chapter 303. More and more people came to the Battle Dragon Ring, each of them looking extraordinary. The first prince and the third prince also came, accompanied by the geniuses they had recruited or supported. Of course, the second prince also had geniuses who supported him. At this time, these geniuses were all staring at Chunzong with displeasure because they saw that the 3 princes actually took the initiative to greet Chunzong. The second prince was famous for being courteous, but the first prince and the third prince were different. Now that they took the initiative to greet a young man, it was enough to show that the first prince and the third prince valued him. One by one, they began to inquire. "Linshan County? Isn't that a remote county?" "That's right, it's a remote county. It said that the strongest strength of the Qi refining stage is only at the early stage of the 4-star stage. Early stage of the 4-star stage, such low strength, it's really a remote and desolate place." Immediately, they were even more shocked. How could a person from a remote and desolate place be able to gain the favor of the 3 princes? "His name is Chunzong, a new member of the Dragon Pavilion, and he's in the Earth stage," someone said. The moment this sentence was spoken, everyone immediately understood the mystery. A genius with the potential of the Heaven stage. Indeed, the potential of the Heaven stage was worthy of the respect of the 3 princes. After all, in the entire Dragon Pavilion, there were less than 10 members with the potential of the Heaven stage. Also, as far as I know, this time Chunzong and Prince Yuan Ran had the same assessment task. In the end, Chunzong completed the assessment task, and Prince Yuan Ran was eliminated. Once this was said, everyone was shocked again. When Prince Yuan Ran used his full strength, he had the battle strength of a late-stage, 5-star stage. They couldn't help but think more highly of Chunzong. The second prince, Yuan Yi, had always been known for being courteous to the wise. He was amiable and approachable, and the way he spoke was like a spring breeze. It was very comfortable. The first prince, Yuan Dao, was different. His every move and every word gave off an energetic and high-spirited feeling. Even if he was courteous to the wise, He could not hide his innate tyranny, as if he were superior. The third prince, Yuan Bo, was different. He couldn't be considered courteous, and even sometimes he would act high and mighty. But that kind of high and mighty was different from the first prince's domineering aura. It was a feeling that it was difficult to find a kindred spirit. He was very talkative, and his words revealed a knowledgeable feeling. After dealing with the first prince and the third prince, Chunzong asked the second prince about Shi Huanyue's identity out of curiosity. As soon as he spoke, he found the second prince looked at him with a strange look on him. Our dynasty has a grand marshal with the surname Shi. The second prince, Yuan Yi, smiled and said with a mocking tone, "With Brother Chen's talent and potential, if you can get the title of State Knight, you might be able to get a beauty." Chunzong was surprised by Shi Huanyue's identity, the daughter of the dynasty's Grand Marshal, and that Grand Marshal seemed to be a transcendent realm powerhouse. As for the second prince's mocking words, Chunzong also heard them. His heart moved, and he couldn't help but turn to look at Shi Huanyue. She had the looks, the talent, and the status. Indeed, Shi Huanyue had many attractive qualities. Shaking his head, Chunzong didn't continue thinking about it. The most important thing now was to get the title of State Knight. The second prince also didn't have any intention of mocking Chunzong. Instead, he introduced them to Chunzong one by one. The dynasty had 5 kings and more than 20 marquises. In addition, there was a grand marshal and 3 grand generals. Each of them was an important member of the dynasty. Among them, the 5 kings and the grand marshal were transcendent realm powerhouses, while the marquises and the grand generals were pseudo-transcendent realm powerhouses. However, according to the second prince, the 3 grand generals were much stronger than most of the marquises. This gave Chunzong a more direct understanding of the top forces of the dynasty. Yuan He, Jiang Tianmu, Tsang Zhanjuan, Chunzong, Su Xiaoxia, Yuan Bing. The 6 of you enter the battle dragon ring. The Amethyst Dragon King's voice sounded. Hearing the Amethyst Dragon King's words, Chunzong temporarily left the second prince and jumped onto the battle dragon ring. The other 5 also landed on the battle dragon ring. For a moment, they were the center of attention. There are only 3 State Knight titles this year, but 6 people passed the assessment. I wonder which 3 will get the State Knight title in the end. I think Yuan He will get one. Jiang Tianmu will get one. Su Xiaoshui's combat strength is very strong. It's a sure thing. Oh, I think Yuan Bing will get the State Knight title. Chunzong is a dark horse. He can snatch the assessment task from Prince Yuan Ran. Maybe he will get the State Knight title. Haha, you think too much. Completing the assessment task doesn't necessarily depend on strength. It could be luck. However, this is a duel. Strength is the most important. Chunzong may have good talent and potential, but I don't believe his combat strength is that high. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, this kind of one-on-one duel tested one's strength the most. Chunzong was from the remote, overlooking mountain county. He definitely couldn't compare with the geniuses of the capital. The 6 of you will have one-on-one duels. The loser will be eliminated, and the winner, the Amethyst Dragon King's eyes flashed, will be conferred the State Knight title. For a moment, the breathing of Chunzong and the other 5 became hurried. Their eyes shot out sharp lights like swords. Although Yuan He and Yuan Bing had royal blood, the State Knight title wasn't something that could be conferred based on status. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so valuable. Then, the Amethyst Dragon King waved his right hand in the air. 6 purple lights flashed in the air and formed a circle. Then, they shot up into the sky and released a bright purple light. Everyone looked up. The 6 purple lights intertwined in the air and fell down one after another. They formed a dragon-like shape in the air. Then, the purple lights fell down and condensed into 6 purple cards. Each card emitted a purple halo. On the back of the cards, there was a picture of a dragon coiling in a circle. It looked like a dragon hiding in the abyss. Its head was facing up as if it was going to soar into the sky. Choose one each, the Amethyst Dragon King said. Chunzong and the other 5 immediately understood what the Amethyst Dragon King meant. They reached out to grab the purple cards. The moment their fingers touched the cards fell into their hands. A strange feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if they suddenly understood who their opponents were. In an instant, Chenzong looked at Jiang Tianmu, and Jiang Tianmu's eyes flickered with a sharp light as he looked at Chenzong. Their gazes collided in the air, as if countless sparks were about to fly. Yuan He and Tsang Zhangyuan, Yuan Bing, and Su Xiaoshui. The opponents had been decided. Tsang Zhangyuan is going to lose for sure. His battle strength is only at the peak of the 4-star level. Yuan He's battle strength is at the beginning of the 5-star level. Chenzong is so unlucky. He can be Jiang Tianmu's opponent. Jiang Tianmu's battle strength is at the beginning of the 5-star level. If he uses a pseudo-spiritual weapon, he can reach the middle of the 5-star level. Chenzong is going to lose for sure. But Su Xiaoshui and Yuan Bing are both at the beginning of the 5-star level. It will be an intense battle. The people below the dragon fighting ring followed the gazes of the crowd and knew who would be the winner of the battle. Yuan He and Tsang Zhangyuan stay. You four wait below the battle dragon ring. The purple dragon king said. She flashed and appeared at the edge of the battle dragon ring. She only touched the battle dragon ring with the tip of her foot. She was as steady as a mountain. Tsang Zhangyuan, you and I don't have to fight because you are not my opponent, Yuan He said loudly with his head held high. How would you know if we don't fight? Tsang Zhangyuan said coldly. Although his battle strength was at the peak of the 4-star level, and his opponent was at the beginning of the 5-star level, the difference was obvious. Under normal circumstances, Tsang Zhangyuan would not be his opponent. However, this was a battle for the national night title. Surrendering before the battle would mean losing the opportunity. He had to fight. Even if he lost, there was no excuse. Maybe he would win if he was lucky. That was the national night title. Yuan He was also very clear about the attractiveness of the title of State Knight. If his opponent was stronger, he would not be willing to take the initiative to admit defeat, unless the opponent's strength was strong enough to make him feel despair. Fight! Tsang Zhangyuan shouted. His hands shook the red spear, and a whistling sound was heard. It was like a dragon coming out of the water. It rushed towards Yuan He with a shocking aura. The spear seemed to have pierced through the sky. Yuan He's long hair fluttered in the wind. Light flashed in his eyes. He raised his right hand and turned it into a palm strike. It was heavy, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down. The emperor of the Cloud Dragon dynasty was surnamed Yuan. The Yuan clan was the leader of the dynasty. The members of the royal family used to be a family a long time ago. They were good at palm arts. Tsang Zhangyuan was the son of one of the 3 great generals. The spear art he used was naturally that great general spear art. It was a spear art that was honed on the battlefield. Tsang Zhangyuan knew the power of Yuan He's palm arts. His hands shook, and the spear shook again. With a whistling sound, the spear flew in an arc and went around the edge of Yuan He's palm arts. It was thrown towards Yuan He fiercely. Yuan He's body did not move. He waved his left hand, and a strong wind blew. It was as if he was breaking the clouds, and countless cyclones rotated. Under the wind, Tsang Zhangyuan felt that the spear was a little unstable. It was as if it was hit by a stormy sea. Chenzong and the other 3 stood below the stage and watched carefully. Whether it was Tsang Zhangyuan or Yuan He, they were both very strong. Chenzong attached great importance to accumulating power. The benefits of accumulating power had already been shown when he became one with the sword. On the stage, spear shadows surrounded the stage. Every spear seemed to pierce through the sky and made a sharp whistling sound. The chi that it brought was like an avalanche. However, Yuan He was still standing in the same place. He used his palms to block Tsang Zhangyuan's spear again and again. Every time he counterattacked, Tsang Zhangyuan had to go all out. Everyone could see that under this situation, Tsang Zhangyuan's defeat was only a matter of time. This battle ends here. As soon as Yuan He finished speaking, he raised his right palm and pushed it forward. The wind and clouds surged. Chapter 304. Yuan He's victory and Tsang Zhangyuan's defeat was within everyone's expectations. Even so, he was still full of smiles. He was quite excited inside. You have to know that he was defeated last year. He thought that this year would be the same as last year because there were a lot of powerful people. He didn't expect that there would be 3 spots this year, and he finally got one. It could be said that he had already gotten the right to be a state knight. It was only a matter of time before he was truly awarded the title. It wouldn't take too long. Comparatively speaking, Sang Zhangyuan was quite depressed because he was also eliminated last year. After knowing that there were 3 spots this year, he was extremely motivated. He swore that he would definitely get one. He passed the test, but he didn't expect to be eliminated in the end. If he missed this chance, the next year's competition would probably return to normal, and it would be even more difficult. And in a person's life, there were only 3 chances to compete for the title. Each one was extremely precious, and it would be best if he could get in one go. The second battle was between Yuan Bing and Su Xiaoshui. Yuan Bing was just like her name, with a cold expression. What she mainly trained in was not the Yuan family's palm arts, but blade arts. Just by looking at the curved blade in her hand, one could tell that the blade was bright and cold, as if it was made of ice. It vaguely emitted a shocking cold air. Su Xiaoshui's background was also not ordinary. She was the daughter of the left prime minister of the dynasty. She trained in the soft sword. With a light shake of her wrist, power passed through the blade, and the soft sword instantly straightened. The sword light rippled out like water, as if it had pierced through the air in front of her. Without saying a word, Yuan Bing immediately moved. She waved her curved blade out, tearing through the air as if she was breaking through ice. With extreme coldness and sharpness, she attacked Su Xiaoshui. Su Xiaoshui's water blue embroidered shoes lightly tapped on the stage. Under her feet, circles of ripples seemed to spread out. Her entire body became extremely light, and she glided past like water. With a shake of her wrist, the straight sword seemed like a snake that had its spine pulled out. It then shook again, and like a silk thread, it went around the cold blade light and sliced towards Yuan Bing's wrist. Whether it was Yuan Bing or Su Xiaoshui, they were both incomplete Earth-level martial arts. Their saber techniques were known for their icy, cold sharpness, especially Yuan Bing's internal strength cultivation method, which was a cold cultivation method. When activated, it made her saber techniques even sharper and colder. Su Xiaoshui's sword created layers of water ripples. They were endless and intertwined with each other, turning the Battle Dragon platform into a world of water. They were restraining Yuan Bing invisibly. Yuan Bing's curved blade froze the surrounding water ripples, preventing Su Xiaoshui's sword technique from being effective. Both sides used their full strength to defeat the other. Fight, fight, fight! An ice-cold saber technique and a water-like sword technique. Blade light shot out and sword shadows circled around. Countless sharp sounds of metal clashing could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. The terrifying chi energy was like a tidal wave. The sturdy dragon fighting ring was cut open, crisscrossing with each other. Both of them were at the early stage of 5-star, and they were neck and neck. It would not be easy to determine the winner. Sky cold blade cut. The curved blade turned into countless icy blade lights. The icy blue light was extremely dazzling. Like a peacock spreading its tail, it instantly gathered and turned into a few meters long curved blade light, slashing towards Su Xiaoshui. 3,000 ripples. As Su Xiaoshui's body swayed, it seemed as if she had jumped out of the water and started to dance on the surface. Her soft sword danced, creating sword ripples. It seemed gentle, but it also contained the power of a huge wave. Yuan Bing's saber focused on the killing power, which was extremely sharp. On the other hand, Su Xiaoshui's sword was endless. Unless there was an absolute power that could break it, the longer the battle went on, the more disadvantageous it would be. After a while, Yuan Bing lost by a small margin. Her face turned even colder, as if she could freeze everything in her sight. On the contrary, Su Xiaoshui was full of smiles. She was naturally very happy to receive the title of Country Knight. It came from the bottom of her heart. I did not expect Su Xiaoshui to win in the end. What a pity Yuan Bing was so close to becoming a state knight. It will be difficult next year. Next, it's Shenzong and Jiang Tianmu's turn to fight. As expected, Shenzong will lose for sure. While the crowd was discussing, Shenzong and Jiang Tianmu both jumped onto the dragon battle ring. Jiang Tianmu was the son of the imperial tutor. His background was much better than Shenzong's. Although the imperial tutor was a civil official, he had an extraordinary family background. He had been trained in martial arts since he was young, and he had the power of an early 5-star warrior. I have to say that you are very lucky to be able to finish the test before Prince Ran. However, your luck ends here. Jiang Tianmu put his left hand behind his back and pointed his sword at the ground with his right hand. There seemed to be sword light flickering. If you don't want to admit defeat, I'll give you a chance to fight. Draw your sword. Feeling an inexplicable sense of superiority again, Shenzong couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He didn't feel angry, only helpless. Then, Shenzong pulled out his 2 swords. The sword light slashed through the air like ripples on the water. It was very charming. Those who knew swordsmanship narrowed their eyes. It was easy to tell if an expert was skilled or not. Looking at the way Shenzong pulled out his swords, one could tell that Shenzong's swordsmanship was not to be underestimated. Jiang Tianmu was also a swordsman. Facing Shenzong, he could feel it directly. His eyes narrowed, and the golden light on his sword became more obvious. Filling Shadow Sword. With a low shout, Jiang Tianmu pulled out his sword. Shenzong's movement made him feel a little threatened. He didn't dare to underestimate Shenzong, fearing that he would fail miserably. If he wanted to win, he had to win thoroughly. With a shake of his hand, his long sword drew a sword light. In an instant, it divided into 3, then 9, then 27, and then 81. In an instant, there were more than 100 sword shadows. There were hundreds of them, stabbing toward Shenzong from the front like a storm. They were so densely packed that there seemed to be no blind spots. Moreover, Shenzong could feel that the hundreds of sword shadows seemed to be real and had amazing lethality. Moreover, each sword was stabbing toward a part of his body. The hundreds of sword shadows covered every inch of his body. The filling shadow sword was filled with shadows. They seemed to be scattered and gathered at the same time. It was very mysterious. Jiang Tianmu used his full strength as soon as he attacked, not giving Shenzong any chance to escape. His eyes reflected the hundreds of sword shadows stabbing toward him. The world in front of him was completely filled. Shenzong felt that he couldn't dodge it no matter where he went. Shenzong didn't need to dodge. His eyes flashed, as if he had seen through something. The sword in his left hand spun in a circle, shaking off invisible ripples. Then, the sword in his right hand thrust forward, stabbing out neither slowly nor quickly. This sword strike looked ordinary, but it was as gentle and elegant as the wind and clouds. It was extraordinary. Seeing this sword strike, the Purple Dragon King and the other Transcendent Realm Masters were all startled, all of them unable to believe their eyes. This sword strike was not something a force-refining realm cultivator could display. Even many true martial realm cultivators were unable to do so. This was a sword strike that had reached the grand completion stage of sword arts. This was a sword strike that had returned to its original state. Shenzong had cultivated and comprehended many sword arts. After accumulating time and time again, he had reached the Unity Realm. He had also spent more than half a month studying the Unity Realm. His sword arts had already reached an extremely profound level. Shenzong didn't use any sword arts when he stabbed out, but it seemed to contain the shadows of many sword arts. The sword moved lightly and was good at stabbing. Many sword arts contain the mysteries of stabbing. Shenzong's sword strike contained the mysteries of the stabbing part of many sword arts. Just as the others felt, it was a sword strike that had reached the grand completion stage of sword arts. Under this stab, the hundreds of sword shadows that filled the sky surged like bubbles. Then, in a flash, they all collapsed. Jiang Tianmu was shocked. This scene was completely unexpected. He was a little dazed. However, he had rich combat experience. He reacted instantly and attacked again. Earth-shrouding sword. The sword stabbed out diagonally, crossing and parallel to Chunzong's sword strike. In Chunzong's eyes, it was as if the fighting dragon ring had been flipped over and the earth had been turned upside down. In terms of momentum, it was several times more terrifying than the diffusing shadows sword. Chunzong seemed to raise his head to look. He felt as if his whole body was being shaken and his strength was about to be scattered. However, there was no doubt that the origin-shattering force and pure yang qi and blood were powerful. In addition to his own precise control of strength, Chunzong not only resisted the earth-shrouding sword, but also found the flaws in it. Unity Realm, Lingwu. Weapons were alive, so were martial arts. Naturally, they were better than martial arts that were like stagnant water. No matter what level a martial artist had mastered martial arts, as long as he hadn't comprehended the second level of body and martial arts as one, there would be no qualitative change. In fact, the Lingwu realm might not increase the power of martial arts by much. The most important thing was that it would reduce the flaws and become more harmonious. It would also be able to find the flaws in the opponent's martial arts and use them to counterattack. Another point was the integration of one's own martial arts. Unity Realm was followed by Lingwu Realm. By integrating one's own martial arts and extracting the essence of them, every move and style might seem ordinary, but it actually contained many mysteries. It directly broke away from the original shackles and became more compatible with one's own body. Chunzong felt that this point was more comprehensive and brilliant than the realm of truth. The sword that he stabbed out suddenly turned and slashed downwards. The tip of the sword sank slightly, as if he had condensed all his strength into it. It still looked ordinary, but it contained the mysteries of slashing and slicing of various sword techniques. It was extremely powerful. This sword broke Jiang Tianmu's earth-shrouding sword, which made Jiang Tianmu feel even more incredulous. He changed his sword technique again. Heaven-shrouding sword. As the sword rose, sword light shot out, as if it had turned into a heavenly suppression. The wind rose and the clouds surged, and the whistling sound was so intense that it made people dizzy. Chunzong's sword suddenly flicked upwards, as if it could lift Song Mountain and Tai Mountain. Every martial art had its flaws. The more advanced it was, the fewer flaws there would be. Jiang Tianmu was very strong, but unfortunately, he hadn't comprehended body and martial arts as one. Compared to Chunzong, this was a disadvantage. Chunzong's combat strength was barely at the beginner 5-star level. He wasn't as strong as Jiang Tianmu, but the huge gap between their martial arts realms was enough to make up for it. Chapter 305. As the wind blew, it brought with it a sense of desolation, and so did people's hearts. Jiang Tianmu was defeated. This was something that many people did not expect. In their opinion, Jiang Tianmu was almost certain to win the title of State Knight, and Chunzong, who was not favored, naturally had no hope of winning the State Knight title. However, the reality was a heavy blow to everyone, including Jiang Tianmu. His 3-sword moves were all broken. In the end, he did not even have the chance to use his secret technique or the power of his pseudo-spiritual artifact before he was defeated by Chunzong. That sword move had an indescribable mystery, and it was impossible to dodge or defend against. He was very unwilling, but he also had an indescribable sense of helplessness. In terms of swordsmanship, Chunzong was indeed better than him. That was undeniable. For a moment, the way everyone looked at Chunzong changed. He was an Earth-grade member of the Dragon Pavilion with Heaven-grade potential, and his combat strength had reached the early stage of 5-star. If they were not mistaken, his cultivation was only at the late stage of the 9 transformation realm, not the peak, and there was still room for improvement. His potential was amazing. That's man and sword as one, right? A great general narrowed his eyes and whispered, "That's man and sword as one." In the future, he will definitely reach the pseudo-transcendent realm, and even have the chance to reach the true transcendent realm. That's not a simple man and sword as one. If I'm not mistaken, it has already surpassed the first stage of man and sword as one and reached the second stage, General Mingzhi said. Commander Mingzhi said. His expression did not change. He was calm and collected, but deep down his heart was in turmoil. You and he, Su Xiaoshui, and Chunzong. The purple dragon king smiled slightly and swept his deep gaze across them. Congratulations. You and he and the others breathed slightly faster. The state knight title was just around the corner. Now, the three of you follow me to the palace to meet the emperor. As the purple dragon king finished speaking, Chunzong's pupils contracted. The emperor of the Cloud Dragon dynasty, was above everyone, and he controlled the entire dynasty. All the land under the sky belonged to the emperor, and all the people on the land were the emperor's subjects. It could be said that the current emperor controlled the life and death of countless people, and he himself was a powerful, transcendent realm master. Many people would never be able to see a noble in their lifetime, let alone an emperor. Behind the Amethyst Dragon King, Chunzong and the other two left the Battle Dragon Ring. The crowd followed suit. There were many halls in the Imperial Palace that were named after dragons. The Golden Dragon Palace was the main hall where the Imperial Court was held. All the civil and military officials would gather here. Outside the Golden Dragon Palace was a spacious area. Golden Dragon guards lined up neatly on both sides. Every Golden Dragon guard was wearing a dark golden dragon pattern armor with a long saber at their waist. They looked cold and looked straight ahead. Even from a distance, one could feel the cold, evil spirit surrounding them. Every Golden Dragon guard had been selected from the army and was the most elite. Every Golden Dragon guard was at least at LV7 of the true martial realm. They were powerful and decisive. There were 99 Golden Dragon guards on the left side and 99 Golden Dragon guards on the right side. They lined up all the way to the entrance of the main hall. Summon the Purple Dragon King and the winner of the State Knight examination into the hall. Summon the Purple Dragon King and the winner of the State Knight examination into the hall. Summon the Purple Dragon King and the winner of the State Knight examination into the hall. From the Golden Dragon Palace, loud and clear voices came one after another, with a long, ending tone. Let's go, the Purple Dragon King said. Chunzong and the other two immediately stopped looking around. They subconsciously tidied up their collars and stepped forward with a serious face. For example, Yuan He and Su Xiaoshui, although they had extraordinary backgrounds, they did not have official positions. They had never been here before, let alone meet the emperor, because they were not qualified. As they walked past, they felt the eyes of the Golden Dragon guards sweeping over them. They felt like they had been cut by a blade. Chunzong and the other two subconsciously mobilized their internal strength, as if they were facing a great enemy. The Purple Dragon King was calm. After all, he was a transcendent realm master. No matter how many true martial realm masters there were, they could not pose a threat to a transcendent realm master. They walked up the splendid stairs and entered the Golden Dragon Palace. The moment Chunzong crossed the threshold, he felt his whole body tighten. The invisible momentum was like an ancient mountain, directly suppressing his body. Even his breathing became heavy. Everything in sight seemed to be so dazzling that it was difficult to look at directly. He felt a little dizzy, as if the world was spinning. Chunzong's strong spiritual will and superb martial arts realm immediately allowed him to quickly adjust and adapt. The feeling of dizziness disappeared, and Chunzong could see his surroundings clearly. Compared to Chunzong, Yuan He and Su Xiaoshui's performance was worse. It took them several times longer than Chunzong to adjust and adapt. Chunzong could feel the gazes from all around him. They were filled with admiration, especially the gaze from the person in front of him. It was as if the gaze could see through him completely. Looking at the eyes, Chunzong couldn't help but tremble. Everything in front of him disappeared again, and a vast sea rose up. Above the sea was a blue sky, and the wind and clouds were surging. Suddenly, a golden light appeared, as if it had rushed out from the depths of the sea, and as if it had come from the sky, rapidly expanding in front of him. Dragon. The Golden Dragon, riding the 9 heavens and roaming the 4 seas, appeared in front of Chunzong. In front of the golden dragon, Chunzong only felt that he was insignificant. Not only was he insignificant in terms of size, but he was also insignificant in terms of aura. The golden dragon rushed towards Chunzong. Its huge golden eyes were as cold as the smoothest mirror, completely reflecting Chunzong's figure. The pressure grew stronger and stronger, making Chunzong unable to breathe. He had to use everything he had to resist. The golden dragon rushed towards Chunzong directly. Chunzong couldn't dodge at all, because the powerful momentum suppressed him directly. He thought that he would be torn apart by the impact, but unexpectedly, the golden dragon just swept through his body like a shadow. In the next moment, the world in front of him collapsed. He felt like he had been wandering in the darkness for thousands of years and finally found a light. Following the light, he moved forward and escaped from the darkness. The Amethyst Dragon King's voice came into his ears. Yuan Jian greets the Emperor. The Amethyst Dragon King cupped his hands and bowed. He didn't kneel down, because he was a prince of the dynasty, and he had the honor of not kneeling down to the Emperor. Brother Wang, you don't have to be so polite. A gentle and dignified voice sounded, filling the entire Golden Dragon Palace. It went straight into everyone's ears, as if it wanted to leave a mark, but it wasn't harsh at all. Wu Min Yuanhe greets the Emperor. Yuanhe immediately knelt down. Wu Min Su Xiaoshui greets the Emperor. Su Xiaoshui also knelt down almost at the same time. Wu Min Shenzong greets the Emperor. Shenzong also knelt down. Those who didn't have an official position were commoners. If they were warriors, they would call themselves Wu Min. You three may rise. The Emperor, who was sitting high on the golden dragon throne, smiled slightly. He wore a golden dragon crown and a golden dragon robe. There was an indescribable, dignified look between his eyebrows. It was as if he was controlled by the applause, and he was majestic. His every move and every word was the center of attention. The aura he exuded was so strong that no one dared to disobey him. It was as if disobeying him was disobeying the whole world. The three of you are able to stand out from dozens of young talents. You are indeed extraordinary. The Emperor spoke. His voice was neither fast nor slow, neither high nor low, but every word seemed to contain an inexplicable power. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. I will confer the title of Nation Knight to the three of you. It will be announced to the world from now on. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chunzong and the other two all let out a sigh of relief. They had won the qualification before, but now they were finally conferred the title by the Emperor himself. They were officially recognized. They came to see the Emperor to be conferred the title of Nation Knight. After the conferment, they naturally could not stay. They all bowed and left the Golden Dragon Palace with the Purple Dragon King. Ha ha ha, I am finally a Nation Knight. After leaving the Golden Dragon Palace, Yuan laughed. Shenzong also felt a sense of relief. The pressure in the Golden Dragon Palace was too great. The Emperor's dignified aura, as if he was in charge of thousands of lives, and the civil and military officials of the court. Once ordinary people entered the palace, their legs would probably go soft. Having seen such a dignified aura, Chunzong's desire to pursue martial arts became firmer. This was a benefit. Being a Nation Knight also represents the honor of the dynasty. You should also pay attention to your words and actions in the future. The Purple Dragon King said. Yes. Chunzong and the other two all answered. Paying attention to their words and actions did not mean that they had to be restrained. They just could not speak carelessly or do anything that would damage the dynasty's reputation. In addition, your Nation Knight orders will be issued soon. At that time, your salary will also start to be calculated. The Purple Dragon King added. Chunzong's eyes suddenly lit up. It was said that Nation Knight's salary was very high. It was worth looking forward to. After saying goodbye to the Purple Dragon King, Chunzong also said goodbye to the three princes. He immediately returned to the Guan mansion to see Marquis Zhenyuan. Good. Seeing Chunzong, Marquis Zhenyuan was full of smiles. Although he did not need to attend the court, he was very well informed and already knew the result. Guan Yinshao was also there. When he saw Chunzong, he was very depressed. In the beginning, he looked down on Chunzong out of pride and wanted Chunzong to quit. After that failed, he planned to use the Dragon Pavilion to give Chunzong a hard blow. In the end, he was the one who was beaten. He did not expect that in the end, Chunzong would defeat a strong enemy and be conferred the title of Nation Knight. The blow was 10 times worse. The pride in his heart was completely shattered. Marquis Jingyuan seemed to understand Guan Yunxiao's feelings, but he did not say it out loud. It was good to be beaten up so that he would not always be arrogant. Perhaps as a citizen of the royal city, he was more outstanding, but it did not mean that he was superior to others. Especially for warriors, they had to have a clear understanding of themselves to be able to go further on the path of martial arts. Chunzong, do you know the benefits of becoming a nation knight? Marquis Jingyuan seemed to be very talkative. He took the initiative to ask, I don't know. Please enlighten me. Chunzong smiled and said, Nation Knight is a special position in our dynasty. Although it has no real power, it has great honor. Marquis Jingyuan smiled and said, Every Nation Knight is registered by the dynasty and is protected by the dynasty. Every Nation Knight can command 12 true Force Realm soldiers with their Nation Knight orders. Every month, they can also get a salary of 100 spirit shells. They can also enter the Royal Armory to choose a peerless martial art or secret art and a treasure from the Royal Treasury. Hearing this, Chunzong's eyes lit up. Chapter 306. The Royal Armory was the largest armory in the entire Cloud Dragon dynasty. It was said to contain countless cultivation techniques. Almost all the cultivation techniques and martial arts that were circulated outside were in the Royal Armory. It could be said that the armory of all the forces in the dynasty could not be compared to the Royal Armory. In addition to the unique martial arts of each force, the Royal Armory of other forces had everything. The Royal Armory was guarded by an old man. He looked very ordinary as he slept with his eyes closed. In fact, he was a pseudo-transcendent realm master, one of the strongest among the pseudo-transcendent realm masters. Chunzong walked into the Royal Armory and was dazzled. There were too many. Cultivation techniques, martial arts, and secret techniques were all clearly classified. Although Chunzong's goal was the Earth-grade peerless rank sword art, it did not prevent him from looking at others to increase his knowledge. While looking, Chunzong was amazed. In the Peerless Earth-tier cultivation technique section, Chunzong saw 2 complete cultivation techniques and 7 cultivation techniques that were lacking the final layer. The Chaotic Heaven Yuan Shattering Technique was not among them. This was the cultivation technique of the Chaotic Heaven Martial King, and the Chaotic Heaven Martial King did not seem to belong to the Cloud Dragon dynasty. He came from outside the dynasty. Thinking of this, Chunzong could not help but be moved. He was looking forward to what was outside the dynasty. Cultivating 10,000 swords, traveling 10,000 miles. Immediately, Chunzong shook his head. This seemed to be a bit far from him. After all, he was only in the Qi refining realm and had not even reached the true martial realm. Everything would have to wait until he reached the true martial realm. After looking at the cultivation techniques, Chunzong looked at them one by one. Palm techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, finger techniques, saber techniques, spear techniques, and so on. Some of the martial arts names he had seen before, some he had not seen before. The cultivation techniques and martial arts in the Royal Armory were not only classified by category, but also by realm. For example, human grade was in one section, earth grade was in another section, and heaven grade was in another section. Chunzong was in the Qi refining realm. Although he had the title of State Knight, he could not violate the rules and was not allowed to enter the heaven grade cultivation technique section. There were more than 2,000 earth stage sword skills, which made Chunzong gasp in amazement. Among them, only about 100 were familiar to Chunzong, and the rest were all unfamiliar to him. I really want to flip through all of them, Chunzong muttered to himself. The swordsmanship here was very attractive to him. It was hard to imagine how powerful his accumulation of swordsmanship would be if he could comprehend and cultivate all of these over 2,000 Earth-grade swordsmanship. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do, at least not now. In the end, Chunzong's eyes fell on the only Earth-level Peerless sword technique. Navagraha Flash Dragon Sword. Peerless Earth Grade. Chunzong murmured to himself. His heart was filled with excitement. There was a difference of one word and one level between Peerless Grade and Supreme Grade, but the difference between them was very obvious. The higher the level of the martial arts, the more mysteries it contained. The mysteries contained in one Earth Grade Peerless Sword Technique might be comparable to the mysteries contained in 10 different types of Earth Grade Peerless Sword Techniques. Not all types of martial arts had a complete Earth Grade Peerless Sword Technique. Only palm techniques, fist techniques, saber techniques, and sword techniques had them. The rest were incomplete. However, the Earth Grade Peerless Sword Technique was not an inheritance of the Yuan clan, so only the people of the Yuan clan were qualified to cultivate it. Naturally, it would not be placed in the armory for people to choose from. With a trace of regret, Chunzong chose the 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon Sword Technique, which was an Earth Grade Peerless Sword Technique. He turned around and went to the secret section to take a look, then left the armory. In the shortest amount of time, he memorized the contents of the 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon Sword Technique from beginning to end. It was as if it was branded in his mind. Then, Chunzong went to the armory. The person guarding the armory was also an old man. Chunzong was shocked to find that he looked 70% similar to the old man guarding the armory. The armory contained the world's martial arts and secret techniques, while the armory contained all kinds of treasures. Chunzong was conferred the title of National Scholar, so he could choose any treasure from the armory. Of course, there were good and bad treasures. What he could choose depended on Chunzong's eyesight and luck. If he was lucky enough, he could find a pseudo-spirit artifact in the armory. Every treasure was covered by the aura of a transcendent realm master. Even a pseudo-transcendent realm master could not distinguish the quality of a treasure by its aura. Luck played a large part in it. My luck has always been good, Chunzong said to himself as he carefully scanned through the armory. There were many so-called treasures. There were stones, iron plates, broken swords. All of them were very strange. Some of them were completely unknown. I'll just go with my feelings, Chunzong said to himself. After looking around, he felt which one he liked the most. I'll choose this one. Chunzong stopped at a spot and reached out to grab it. The simple ring on his finger flashed, allowing Chunzong's hand to pass through the barrier of the transcendent realm master and grab the treasure inside. It was a very strange-looking token. One side was black and one side was gold, and it was covered with strange patterns. Holding the token, Chunzong's hand came into contact with it. A cold aura filled his hand. It felt like it was made of fine iron, but after carefully examining it, it wasn't. The specific material was unknown. What kind of treasure is this? Turning it over and over, Chunzong frowned slightly. He didn't know what it was used for. He really didn't know what kind of treasure it was. Logically speaking, for something to be collected by the royal family's armory to be called a treasure, it was probably because he didn't know enough. I'll take it back and let Honor Master have a look, Chunzong secretly said. Putting away the black and gold token, he walked towards the door of the armory. Now that he had been conferred the title of State Knight and had chosen a peerless Earth-grade sword art and an unknown treasure, he had accomplished his goal. Should I return to Mountain overlooking County? Chunzong secretly said. But on second thought, perhaps he could stay for the time being and cultivate the Navagraha Flash Dragon sword art before leaving. In Red Maple Garden, Chunzong stood on the Red Maple Terrace, quietly comprehending the Navagraha Flash Dragon sword art. This Earth-class peerless sword technique was obviously different from the sword techniques that Chunzong had cultivated in the past. The most direct manifestation was in the moves. Like other sword arts, there were basic moves, unique moves, killing moves, and so on, but the Navagraha Flash Dragon sword art didn't. From beginning to end, there was only one move. This move could be considered a basic move, a unique move, or even a killing move. Although it was only one move, there were 9 moves. First, Radiant Flash Dragon Sword Art. Second, Radiant Flash Dragon Sword Art. Third, Radiant Flash Dragon Sword Art. Navagraha Flash Dragon Sword Art. 1 move and 9 moves. The difference was the number of moves. The more moves there were, the stronger the power. The secret of the Navagraha Flash Dragon Sword art is in the light and flash, Chunzong secretly said, carefully comprehending. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. If he comprehended the secret of the sword art first, then he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Not long after, Chunzong analyzed the secret of the Navagraha Flash Dragon Sword art, as if he was a butcher dismembering an ox. Being able to do it so quickly was due to Chunzong's constantly increasing comprehension and his Lingwu realm of body and sword as one. Without either of them, he wouldn't have been able to do it. Closing his eyes, Chunzong quietly stood in the center of the red maple terrace. His back was straight, like a sword pointing to the sky. He appeared calm and unhurried, and a weak but sharp aura surrounded his body. That aura was actually a trace of sword chi. Only a warrior who had comprehended the body and sword as one could generate sword chi without drawing his sword. Countless secrets of the sword art were born in Chunzong's mind. Suddenly, with a flash of inspiration, Chunzong's eyes opened in an instant. An indescribable light shot out, as dazzling as the sun. Then, Chunzong's right hand grasped the hilt of his sword, and he took a step forward. His body flashed, and the light of his sword burst out with an unparalleled brilliance, making people unable to look directly at him. From afar, one could only see that Chunzong, who was originally standing in the center of the red maple terrace, seemed to have moved. A few meters away, an illusory figure appeared out of thin air, stabbing out with his sword. The terrifying sword light directly pierced through the air, and the sword pressure produced by it pierced through the hard rockery several meters thick, leaving a circular sword hole as thick as a chopstick. In the blink of an eye, the illusory figure disappeared. Chunzong was still standing in the same place, with his hand grasping the hilt of his sword, as if it had never been unsheathed. Fast, extremely fast, and indescribable. It was completely beyond Chunzong's expectations. Brilliant Flash Dragon Sword is terrifyingly powerful. Chunzong looked at the pierced rockery and gasped. The rockery was shockingly hard, comparable to a piece of precious iron. If it was the sharpness of the godly iron sword, of course, it would be able to pierce through it. However, the problem was that Chunzong's sword did not touch the rockery at all. The sword pressure and sword chi brought about by the sword pierced through the rockery as if it were tofu. Moreover, Chunzong did not use much of his own strength in that strike. I've only just learned this sword art. If I practice it a little more, it will be enough to stabilize my battle strength at the early stage of the 5-star realm. Chunzong thought to himself. Chunzong's battle strength was barely at the early stage of the 5-star realm. However, as long as he completely mastered the brilliant Flash Dragon Sword, he would be able to exert the battle strength of the early stage of the 5-star realm. It was enough to show how terrifying this sword art was. Of course, the power of the sword art was also related to the warrior himself. A cultivator who had comprehended the body and sword as one, and a cultivator who had not. Under the circumstances where their cultivation levels were similar, there would be an obvious difference in the power that could be exerted by cultivating the same sword technique. The powerful power made Chunzong even more interested. He did not stop and attacked again. With another flash, an illusory figure that was almost transparent appeared a few meters away. It did not stab with the sword, but slashed with the sword. The posture was different from before, but the power was just as strong. The terrifying sword pressure and sword chi broke a long crack on the hard ground, which spread out for nearly 10 meters. Chunzong's comprehension of the body sword unification Lingwu and the accumulation of the body sword unification allowed him to make significant progress every time he practiced the brilliant Flash Dragon Sword. His comprehension of the sword art was also increasing. The more he practiced, the more profound his mastery was. After about half an hour, Chunzong felt that his mastery of the brilliant Flash Dragon Sword had reached an extreme. He attacked again. Chapter 307. It's the end of the month. Come and vote. The cold wind blew. The whining sounds were like sobbing and complaining as they circled and lined up to pass by. When the wind blew past the branches, the last piece of dark red maple leaf hanging on the branches trembled slightly, carrying the last bit of reluctance to part with the branches. It danced with the cold wind like a nimble butterfly, showing off the most beautiful dance in the cold wind. It was already winter. At this time, ordinary people should add a thick enough coat to keep out the cold. The invisible cold wind blew past. The dark red maple leaf floated to the center of the red maple plain like a butterfly flying through flowers. A person stood in the center. He was wearing a jade-white sword robe. It was well-tailored and had thin purple and gold stripes. It looked simple and elegant, but it had a different style and extraordinary temperament. When the dark red maple leaf floated close to Chunzong, like a butterfly flying through flowers, transparent shadows suddenly appeared around him. They each held an illusory and transparent sword shadow. There were 3 shadows. One stabbed out, one slashed diagonally, and one slashed vertically. Their sword moves were different, and their postures were different, but they all contained the same astonishing sharpness, as if nothing could stop them. The 3 transparent shadows disappeared in less than a breath's time. Chunzong was still standing in the same place. His hands were hanging naturally, and the 2 swords were hanging on his waist. His eyes were clear, as if he had never moved. In fact, at that moment, Chunzong's eyes were extremely sharp. He used the triple Yao flash dragon sword. The butterfly-like maple leaf was blown by the cold wind and scattered naturally. It turned into 7 petals of about the same size. They scattered and landed quietly on the ground as if they were resting. After 5 days, I finally mastered the triple Yao flash dragon sword. Chunzong thought to himself. The triple Yao flash dragon sword was very mysterious. Understanding its mysteries was the prerequisite for practicing it correctly, but to truly master it required a lot of time and energy. The first Yao flash dragon sword could be mastered in an instant. The second Yao flash dragon sword could also be mastered in an instant. It was even more so for the triple Yao flash dragon sword. To make more attacks in the same instant, the difficulty naturally increased. If it was a normal martial artist, they would need to spend at least 3 months to comprehend the mysteries of the 9 brilliant flashing dragon sword. In order to cultivate the first brilliant, they would need at least 1 to 3 months. As for cultivating the third brilliant, it would be impossible without at least a year. Compared to Chunzong's cultivation speed, the difference was like heaven and earth. The triple Yao flash dragon sword not only has a high requirement for inner strength control, it also requires a strong body. After practicing the triple radiance flash dragon sword a few more times, Chunzong sheathed his sword and stood in the cold wind with his eyes closed, cultivating the lonely mountain visualization technique. A moment later, Chunzong opened his eyes and frowned slightly. I have a feeling that the little Goom Mountain visualization has reached its limit, but there seems to be an inexplicable force here that greatly hinders me from sensing the heaven and earth. Chunzong muttered to himself, I'll have to find a mountain outside the capital to try. Without any hesitation, Chunzong immediately left the Guan mansion and walked out of the inner city. He walked along the wide and bustling streets toward the gate of the outer city. Following the flow of people, he walked out of the outer city. He glanced around and used his movement technique to ride the wind and tread on the water. His body was as light as the wind as he sped toward the mountain not far away. About an hour later, Chunzong arrived at the foot of the mountain. The mountain was not high, less than a kilometer. Soon, Chunzong reached the top of the mountain. He stood on a protruding rock at the top of the mountain. As the cold wind blew, his robe and black hair fluttered. It was as if he was flying with the wind, like an immortal ascending to heaven. Taking a deep breath, the cool air flowed into his lungs through his nose and circulated inside his body. It was as if the impurities in his body had been cleansed. After a while, Chunzong lowered his eyelids and slowly closed his eyes. The world in front of him became dark and then disappeared. All distracting thoughts seemed to have been blown away by the mountain wind. His mind was clear. Little Gu mountain visualization. In an instant, Chunzong entered the state of cultivation. Using his body as a mountain, this feeling was many times faster than before. Chunzong's cultivation speed of the little Gu mountain visualization was not slow when he was in the mountain overlook courtyard. But after coming to the capital, for some reason, he seemed to be affected by an invisible force. There was always a feeling of estrangement. It was not easy to even enter the state of cultivation. But Chunzong was very tenacious. He persisted in cultivation almost every day and slowly improved. Now that he had left the capital and come to the top of the mountain, the effect was very obvious. It was very obvious, faster than when he was in the mountain overlook courtyard. Almost naturally, he turned into a mountain, as if he had become one with the mountain under his feet. A feeling of being connected by blood spontaneously arose. It was as if he had been born on this mountain, grew up on this mountain, and would die on this mountain. The feeling of being one with the mountain deepened. Chunzong felt as if he was constantly drilling down the mountain until he touched the ground. Thump, 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 the sound of a heartbeat sounded. It seemed to come from the outside, but also seemed to be pervading inside his body. This is the pulse of the earth. Traces of understanding quietly arose, like a flower blooming in his heart. Everything in heaven and earth had its own fluctuations. The pulse of the earth was the most direct, but also difficult to feel. Only the enlightened ones could do it. The rhythm of his heartbeat gradually synchronized with the pulsation of the earth. When the two completely synchronized, Chunzong felt his entire body tremble. An inexplicable power poured into his body from the bottom of his foot. It was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was as if it wanted to destroy his body and turn it into dust in an instant. But in fact, Chunzong's body was still intact. The force that poured into his body was incomparably vigorous and heavy, but also incomparably gentle. It seemed to have broken the barrier of the mountain under his feet, allowing Chunzong to directly touch the earth. It was as if he was standing directly on the earth, completely integrated with it, as if he had grown out of the earth. The vigorous, heavy, and seemingly gentle force poured into Chunzong's body continuously. When it completely filled his body, Chunzong seemed to have really turned into a small mountain. His spiritual will trembled, as if it had rushed out of the top of his head, spread out, and drifted in the air. It constantly swayed upward and merged with the sky. The earth was heavy and stable. The sky was boundless and high. With the body as a mountain, he could feel the heaven and earth. Chunzong did it. Wind blew and sun shone, and he did not know the time. The sun sank and the moon rose. Chunzong was still standing on the top of the mountain. With the body as a mountain, he could feel the boundless sky and the heaviness of the earth. Wuzhen. Wuzhen meant to comprehend and understand. Wuzhen meant truth and true knowledge. This was a kind of state, a kind of understanding of heaven and earth. Under the power of the earth, his physique was changing little by little, and his spiritual will was also transforming. The sun rose and the moon set, and the wind blew and the clouds surged. 3 days passed in a row. The spiritual will that was wandering outside seemed to be summoned. It gathered and then fell, poured into his head from the top of his head, and stayed there. In the space between his eyebrows, wisps of silver smoke lingered like mist. The mysterious sword tip in the center trembled slightly, as if it had sensed something. Even the silver dragons around it seemed to have awakened and flew in circles. His eyelids, which seemed to weigh thousands of kilograms, trembled slightly and slowly lifted up like a bead curtain. In his eyes, there was a trace of confusion, and in the confusion, there seemed to be some profound and profound. His eyes became clear. Chunzong finally woke up. This feeling, he opened his mouth, and as his mouth closed, his voice was low and deep with a deep echo. His face showed an incredulous expression. It was as if the shackles on his body were unlocked, and he was no longer bound. It was a very special feeling. It was as if he had completely integrated into the sky and the earth. He could feel the waves of the mountain under his feet, and he could feel the flow of the air around him. The world in front of him was like a table that had been wiped clean of dust. It became clearer, and the fine dust could be seen. The blowing wind seemed to have become tangible. The floating dust in the air entered his eyes. The tip of his nose could smell the fresh smell of the distant plants and the fragrance of the earth. He was somewhat intoxicated. A wisp of dust drifted by in the cold wind. Chunzong did not see it from the side, but he gently moved his head and naturally avoided it. His body was very light, as if he could fly with the wind with a light leap. "This is Wu Zhen," Chunzong murmured to himself in a low voice. Wu Zhen seemed to have broken some kind of physical shackles and opened a door to a new world. He took a deep breath, and the feeling was different from before. He gently raised his hand, and the edge of his hand was surrounded by traces of coolness. It was as if he had brushed across the water, creating layers of ripples. Suddenly, Chunzong pointed his fingers in the air like a sword. A few airflows gathered from his surroundings at his fingertips like spirals. He pointed at the air and directly pierced it, forming a fierce aura that shot out 7 meters away. Wu Zhen, sensing the world, can borrow the power of the world to a certain extent. Chunzong's eyes lit up. The reason why Wu Zhen could greatly increase one's combat strength was because after Wu Zhen, one's attack would be supported by the power of the world. Its power would be greatly enhanced. It could be said that the essence of Wu Zhen was the power of the world. One could sense and then control it. The first step of a normal martial artist, Wu Zhen, was to sense. The more powerful ones could pass the first step in a short period of time and enter the second step of control. It was very rare for someone like Chunzong, who could reach the second step in just 3 days and was quite skilled at it. Chunzong jumped up lightly, as if he was supported by an invisible force. He leaped a few meters high. Then, he shook his arms and flew forward more than 10 meters like a rock spreading its wings. His body was surrounded by traces of airflow. The airflow set off Chunzong and greatly reduced his weight. It was really like flying with the wind. However, Chunzong also knew that he could not really fly with the wind at the moment. It was too difficult. However, he was at the top of the mountain. When he leaped up, he would be suspended in the air for a short period of time. With the support of the power of the world, his body became lighter. He swooped down, gliding down the mountain like an eagle. His speed was amazing. He was like an arrow that had left the bow and pierced through the air. There was a shocking sharp whistle in the air. Chapter 308. Wu Zhen can communicate with the world outside and borrow some of its power to strengthen oneself, but it also consumes one's spiritual energy. Chunzong thought to himself as he sped toward the royal city. When he swooped down from the mountain, he had used Wu Zhen's ability to borrow some of the world's power to strengthen himself, but the consumption was astonishing, especially at the end. In order to prevent himself from being injured when he hit the ground, he had borrowed a lot of the world's power to stop himself, which consumed almost all of his remaining spiritual energy. In terms of spiritual energy, Chunzong was many times stronger than ordinary warriors in the Qi refining realm. Perhaps he could compare with ordinary warriors in the LV1 genuine martial realm. It was hard to imagine that the consumption of spiritual energy was so astonishing when he used Wu Zhen. But in general, Wu Zhen was indeed amazing. It allowed Chunzong's body and spiritual energy to break through a kind of shackle and boundary, connecting with the world. His spiritual energy became more transparent, allowing his spiritual will to be in a constant state of tempering. His spiritual energy would also slowly strengthen. Although the speed of this strengthening was slow, it was continuous. As long as he was in the world, it would not stop. It was very stable, and there were no repercussions. Another point was that after the power of the earth poured into his body, some kind of change also occurred. His bones, muscles, and organs were also covered by the power of the earth. Being able to withstand a greater impact meant that his defensive power and survivability were stronger. The obvious benefits were also due to Chunzong's Anisrava mixed yuan body. But unfortunately, he did not break through the shackles of 10,000 gene of strength. It seemed that he really needed to find a suitable body refining technique. Chunzong used wind riding and water treading without using Wuzhen's ability. His spiritual energy also recovered quickly. Wuzhen can sense the world with the body and then merge with the world. It can borrow some of the world's power outside. Body and sword is one. Perfect control of one's own power. Weapons and martial arts are perfectly compatible with one's body inside. Wuzhen and body and sword as one was equivalent to one outside and one inside. It was perfect to cultivate both inside and outside. If I go all out, I wonder what level my combat strength will reach. Chunzong thought to himself as he hurried. According to his master, the Marquis of Linshan, if he could comprehend the truth, he would be able to increase his battle prowess by 1 star. However, if he didn't have a suitable opponent to test his battle prowess, it would be very difficult to clearly feel the increase in battle prowess, especially if it was a large increase. Stepping into the city gate, Chunzong was slightly startled. He stood still and carefully sensed his surroundings. It was a very strange feeling, completely different from outside the city. In the land outside the city, Chunzong felt that it was heavy and steady. But here, in addition to the heavy and steady feeling, there was another faint power that was full of majesty, as if it was high and mighty. Chunzong could not help but think of a dragon. This kind of majestic fluctuation interfered with the fusion between Chunzong and the earth to a certain extent. Chunzong took another step forward, walking on a wide street. As he walked forward, Chunzong carefully sensed the feeling of his feet coming into contact with the street. He was trying to adapt to the majestic energy waves. When Chunzong neared the inner city gate, he had already adapted to most of it, and the disturbance he felt was obviously much less. However, when Chunzong passed through the inner city gate and truly entered the inner city, the majestic energy waves that were like a dragon instantly became 10 times stronger. The tenfold increase obviously interfered with Chunzong's fusion with the earth. Even his fusion with the sky was obviously affected, becoming faintly discernible. As expected, Chunzong did not feel panicked. Instead, his face was calm and collected. If his guess was correct, this power should belong to the royal family, or even the dynasty. It was a very mysterious power that had been accumulating for generations. According to the records in the ancient books, it should belong to the veins of the dynasty, or it should be called luck. With the existence of this fate, the dynasty would be able to survive for a long time. Otherwise, the dynasty would not be far from its destruction. This power was full of majesty, like a dragon, and could not be blasphemed. It protected the dynasty and directly protected the capital city. Previously, when Chunzong practiced the Lonely Mountain visualization technique in Red Maple Court, he always felt obstructed. That was a kind of protective power of the dynasty's fate. Before Wuzhen, Chunzong could not feel that protective power. After Wuzhen, he felt it. He needed to adapt. As soon as he returned to the Guan residence, before he reached Red Maple Court, someone came to find Chunzong, accompanied by Guan Yinxiao. This person was dressed in an aqua green gown with a long aqua green whip around her waist. There was a faint smile on her beautiful white face. As her figure swayed, there was a hint of a refreshing fragrance like water, like a water lotus that refreshed one's heart. Chunzong, where have you been? Guan Yinxiao asked, scolding very impolitely. He now had a lot of hostility towards Chunzong. This hostility originated from Chunzong's behavior, which shattered his inner pride. He could not accept it, so he spoke without any courtesy. Chunzong glanced at Guan Yinxiao, but did not reply. People treated him with sincerity, and he treated them with sincerity. Although Xingyuan Marquis treated him well, Xingyuan Marquis was Xingyuan Marquis, and Guan Yinxiao was Guan Yinxiao. Even if they were father and son, they were not the same person. It was not wrong to love the house and its crow, but Guan Yunxiao's attitude and way of treating him were problematic. Chenzong did not fight back because he was giving face to Jinyuan Marquis. Chenzong, my surname is Xiao, and my name is Mingli. The woman smiled, like ripples on a calm lake. I was conferred the title of Nation Knight 2 years ago. Greetings, Nation Knight Xiao. Chenzong saluted with his hands folded. This woman was conferred the title of Nation Knight 2 years ago. Speaking of which, she was a senior among the Nation Knights. Every year, when there are new Nation Knights, the Nation Scholar Hall will hold an entrance examination for them. Xiao Mingli smiled slightly. Her voice was neither soft nor heavy, like a stream, and sounded very comfortable. I'm here to invite Chen Guoshi to participate in the entrance examination. Entrance test. Hearing this, Chenzong was slightly startled. He was not clear about this. However, a strange light flashed in Yun Zhao's eyes, as if he was taking pleasure in Chenzong's misfortune. Chenzong caught it. Chenzong immediately understood. This entrance examination was not simple. However, it was just right. Nation Knight Xiao, will the entrance examination be held? Chenzong asked. It will start at noon tomorrow. Xiao Mingli smiled and said, speaking of which, Chen Guoshi has never been to the Nation Scholar Hall. Don't be absent tomorrow. Okay, I'll be there on time tomorrow. Chenzong smiled and said, in that case, Chen Guoshi, I'll take my leave. Xiao Mingli bowed slightly and turned around. His aqua-green gown created ripples. His feet seemed to glide on the water as he left. Guan Yunxiao angrily glanced at Chenzong before hurriedly running to catch up to Xiao Mingli. From the looks of it, he seemed to be very interested in Xiao Mingli and wanted to pursue him. However, whether or not he would succeed was unknown. Nation Scholar Hall, the entrance examination, Chenzong muttered to himself. He turned around and walked into Red Maple Garden. When winter came, the leaves on the red maple trees gradually withered and fell. Now, the branches were bare and new buds would grow in the coming spring. First, Chenzong asked someone to send him food. After a full meal, he read some books and rested. Then, he went to Red Maple Garden again. He closed his eyes and used the Lonely Mountain visualization technique to sense the heaven and earth. The Lonely Mountain visualization technique was a cultivation method for enlightenment. When cultivated, it not only allowed the martial artist to comprehend the truth, but it also helped the martial artist's cultivation. Of course, because of the level of the cultivation method, the effect was greatly reduced, but it was better than nothing. In an instant, Chenzong turned into a lonely mountain standing in the middle of Red Maple Garden. He merged with the heaven and earth. The majestic power coming from the ground became clearer and clearer. Vaguely, Chenzong seemed to see a deep darkness like an abyss. A dragon's roar sounded. Under the golden light, a golden dragon rushed out from the bottom of the abyss. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, showing its majesty. It was so heavy that Chenzong felt like he couldn't breathe. Destiny transformed into a dragon. In front of this incomparably powerful feeling, Chenzong felt that he was very small. Even the Emperor's power couldn't compare. The difference was countless times. Even so, Chenzong didn't feel afraid. It was fine as long as he didn't have any hostility. He slowly sensed the other party, adapting and familiarizing himself with each other. He left his aura in it so that it could better merge with the heaven and earth. This method consumed a lot of spiritual power. After only a short while, Chenzong felt that his spiritual power was exhausted. He had a splitting headache and had to stop to let his spiritual power recover. Chenzong could feel that the recovery speed of his spiritual power was almost twice as slow as when he was outside the imperial city. However, after the recovery, his spiritual power seemed to have been strengthened a little. Chenzong cultivated the Lonely Mountain visualization technique again. He entered the dark space again and saw the golden dragon. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the power and pressure emitted by the golden dragon seemed to have lessened a little. In fact, it wasn't an illusion. It was real. After all his previous efforts, Chenzong left traces of his aura in it. They became familiar with each other and slowly merged. His spiritual power was consumed and recovered again. This repeated over and over again. When night fell, Chunzong found that the time he could persist had doubled, from 15 minutes to 30 minutes. Of course, this didn't mean that Chunzong's spiritual power had doubled. His spiritual power had indeed increased a little. In addition, the aura that belonged to Chunzong was constantly left behind. It made Wang Chao's aura more and more familiar with it. It also didn't reject Chunzong as strongly as before. The moon was high in the sky. Its white light shone on the earth, as if it was covered with a layer of white gauze. Chunzong could clearly feel the coolness of the moonlight. It was like a stream of spring water flowing by, bringing him a comfortable feeling. As his spiritual power bathed in the moonlight, its recovery speed was astonishingly fast. It was very obvious. The moon set in the west. A ray of light emerged from the eastern horizon, symbolizing the arrival of a new day. Chunzong was still cultivating as if he didn't know the passage of time. The sun shone brightly. Scorching waves spread all over his body. Chunzong felt like he was being roasted in a raging fire. The impurities in his spiritual power seemed to have been calcined out, making his spiritual power more transparent and flawless. Chapter 309. The National Scholar Pavilion was built 331 years ago. It was an exclusive pavilion for the national scholars of the dynasty. Normally, non-national scholars were not allowed to enter. The National Scholar Pavilion was also located in the inner city of the capital. It occupied a vast area, with gardens, bamboo forests, and pavilions. It was beautiful and full of ancient charm. The National Scholar Pavilion was divided into the main pavilion and the auxiliary pavilion. In addition, there were secret cultivation rooms, thorny forests, and iron beast pass, and other places for cultivation. At noon, the scorching sun was hanging high in the sky. The light it emitted was like thousands of swords shooting down. Inside the main hall, dozens of people had gathered. They were all young, and beautiful maids were walking around with all kinds of wine and delicacies. Their slender hands accurately placed the fine wine and delicacies on the table one after another. Yi Fifan, I heard that among the 3 new national scholars this time, one of them is from the Great Mountain Prefecture. The man wearing a winged crown said to the person opposite him, "His name is Chunzong, from the Mountain Prefecture." Yi Fifan smiled and said. Beside him sat Yi Fian and Xiao Honglai. When he responded, Yi Fifan's heart was not calm. The first time he met Chunzong was not long ago. It was less than 3 months ago. At that time, Chunzong was only a 3-star warrior. He was not even at the peak of the 3-star level. Yi Fifan could easily defeat and kill Chunzong with a casual swing of his sword. Now, only 2 months had passed, and Chunzong was also conferred the title of National Scholar. The change was so big that Yi Fifan felt it was unreal. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, he heard that Chunzong defeated Jiang Tianmu, who was at the early stage of the 5-star level, and obtained the qualification to be conferred the title of National Scholar. Didn't that mean that Chunzong's combat power jumped from the peak of the 3-star level to the early stage of the 5-star level, or even higher in less than 3 months? At that time, Yi Fifan evaluated Chunzong as a genius. It was not a problem for him to reach the 4-star level. As for the 5-star level, he did not dare to think too much about it. After all, even he could not reach the 5-star level. If Yi Fifan was shocked, then Xiao Honglai was devastated. 2 months had passed, and Xiao Honglai naturally wouldn't remain stagnant. However, compared to Chunzong, the difference in his improvement was like heaven and earth. Currently, he only had the combat strength of a peak 3-star. At the same time, Yi Fian's heart was in turmoil, filled with disbelief. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Honglai or Yi Fian, neither of them were state scholars, so normally they wouldn't be able to enter the state scholar hall. However, today was a bit special. Only the state scholar Yi Fifan who accompanied them could enter. Among the dozens of people present, only a small portion of them were state knights. Most of them were not state knights. Yuan ran. With your battle strength, you were actually eliminated in the assessment mission. It really shouldn't have happened. The man with a pair of phoenix eyes said with a smile. His words carried a hint of ridicule, and sarcasm. Humph. Yuan Rant's expression changed slightly, but surprisingly, he didn't refute. Instead, his face was gloomy. Normally, if his old rival said this to him, there would be a battle of words. However, this time, he was indeed eliminated. Although he didn't want to admit it, his life was saved because of his relationship with Chunzong. That kind of feeling was beyond humiliating. You've embarrassed our royal family, but don't worry, I'll get back for you. Yuan Xing spoke again with a hint of sarcasm on his lips, but a flash of light appeared in his eyes. Yuan Xing was also a member of the Yuan family. His father was the commander of the Golden Dragon Guards. Although he wasn't the emperor's brother, they were still related by blood. Although his official position wasn't as high as that of a prince, he had amazing power. Since childhood, Yuan Ran and Yuan Xing didn't like each other and would attack each other whenever they had the chance. A few years ago, Yuan Xing was conferred the title of State Scholar with some luck. Yuan Ran was eliminated this time, so naturally, Yuan Xing found a reason to attack him. Don't think too highly of yourself. Yuan Ran retorted with a cold snort. Actually, he was still a bit worried. After all, Yuan Xing's full power was said to have surpassed the late stage of 5-star. Chunzong was most likely not his opponent. If Chunzong lost to Yuan Xing, Yuan Ran would definitely be mocked. At least higher than you. Yuan Xing smiled coldly. His words almost choked Yuan Ran to death. Then, Yuan Xing looked away. He come sit here. The one who came was one of the new state scholars, Yuan He. His relationship with Yuan Xing was quite good. Soon, Su Xiaoshui also walked in. Many gazes fell on her face. Outstanding female warriors were originally fewer than male warriors, and the number of female state scholars was even fewer. As long as one looked good, they would be very popular. After all, to have outstanding descendants, one had to have outstanding bloodlines. It was best if both sides were outstanding. Su Xiaoshui was not only beautiful, but also had a good figure. Her background was also extraordinary. She had talent and potential. Now that she was conferred the title of State Scholar, she was perfect. After Su Xiaoshui stepped into the main building, Shi Huanyue also arrived. She became the center of attention again. In terms of appearance and figure, Shi Huanyue was not inferior to Su Xiaoshui. She was also someone with great talent and potential. Moreover, she was the daughter of the current dynasty's marshal. She was very attractive in all aspects. Seeing Shi Huanyue, the haze on Yuan Rant's face disappeared. Like the sun breaking through the clouds, he was full of smiles. Huanyue, sit here, Yuan Ran said directly. Shi Huanyue only glanced at him. Her expression was calm. She sat down on the nearest empty seat, making Yuan Rant's face twitch. Beside him, Yuan Xing's unrestrained laughter sounded. Chunzong walked in from outside. He strode into the main building of the State Scholar Building. Suddenly, many gazes shot over from all directions. It was as if they wanted to see through him. It's Chunzong. The 3 new State Scholars are all here. State Scholar Chun, you're here. Please sit. Xiao Mingli was the first to speak. Thank you, State Scholar Xiao, but I'll just sit with Senior Apprentice Sister. Chunzong smiled. Just now, Shi Huanyue gestured to him. She was inviting him. Xiao Mingli smiled, but there was no shame or anger. On the other hand, Yuan Rant's gloomy expression became even uglier. State Scholar Chun, I've already left the mountain overlook courtyard. You don't have to call me Senior Apprentice Sister. Shi Huanyue whispered to Chunzong, who was sitting down. Just call me by my name. Fortunately, Shi Huanyue's voice was not loud. Yuan Ran did not hear it. Otherwise, he would probably vomit blood. Okay, Huanyue, you don't have to call me State Scholar. Just my name is fine. Chunzong smiled. He was not shy. Seeing Chunzong sit down, the fatty young chiefing also came over and sat next to Chunzong. People came one after another. Soon, there were more than 100 people gathered in the main building of the State Scholar Building. However, there were less than 10 State Scholars among them. After all, except for this year's special situation, there was only one state scholar in the past. Those state scholars from many years ago were either not in the capital or cultivating in seclusion. A powerful aura came from outside the main building. It swept over like an invisible storm. When it swept over everyone's body, it made them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Their muscles could not help but tighten. A tall figure strode in from outside the door. His hands were behind his back. His broad shoulders seemed to be able to carry a mountain and hold up the entire sky. Under his thick eyebrows was a pair of restrained eyes. When he swept past, everyone felt as if they were being stared at. An invisible majesty fell on them. He walked with a majestic gait, as if he was walking among thousands of soldiers and horses. He wore a black battle robe with armor plates. He looked as if he had returned from the battlefield. His aura was shocking. "Greetings, State Scholar Zhang." Someone immediately stood up and bowed. "Greetings, State Scholar Zhang." The others also stood up and bowed. They did not dare to be disrespectful. The real Force Realm. Chunzong thought to himself. He also stood up and bowed. This man is Zhang Tianyan. He is 28 years old and comes from Gulan province. It is said that he grew up in the mountains. He was born with great strength and could tear apart tigers and leopards before he became a warrior. He was accepted by King Gulan as a disciple and taught him martial arts. His combat strength is amazing. He was once ranked 19th on the Jiaolong list of the dynasty and was conferred the title of State Scholar 8 years ago. He is now at LV4 of the True Force Realm and ranked 31st on the Rising Dragon list of the dynasty. He is now in the Dragon Legion. Yang Qifeng spoke to Chunzong in a very familiar voice. His voice was so low that even Shi Huanyue, who was not far away, could not hear him. However, Chunzong felt that State Scholar Zhang Tianyan's gaze seemed to be glancing in his direction. According to what Yang Qifeng had said, this Zhang Tianyan was indeed an amazing genius. His cultivation had reached the 4th level of the true martial realm at the age of 28. Compared to the tyrant martial realms prodigies of the Eastern continent, he was in no way inferior. Moreover, Zhang Tianyan's battle prowess in the force training realm was at the 5-star level. Chunzong estimated that the tyrant martial realms prodigy's battle prowess in the force training realm couldn't possibly reach the 5-star level, or even the 4-star level. After all, the gap between the martial prodigy of the Eastern continent and the Eastern continent was very obvious. Practicing martial arts not only required talent and potential, but also a suitable environment and inheritance. It was just like how a chef with superb culinary skills would not be able to make perfect food if he lacked ingredients. "Everyone, please take a seat." Zhang Tianyan walked to the main seat that had been empty. He turned around and gestured for everyone to sit down. He sat down as well. He was as steady as a mountain. The air seemed to be filled with a heavy pressure. "I'm very honored to be the host of this year's entrance examination." Zhang Tianyan spoke again. His gaze swept across the crowd. "Because there are 3 state scholars in this year's examination. They're all geniuses. The 3 new state scholars, please rise. Let me get to know you." Zhang Tianyan said loudly. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on Chunzong, Yuan He, and Su Xiaoshui. The 3 of them stood up and bowed to Zhang Tianyan. "The 3 of you are all outstanding talents. However, you must remember that becoming a state scholar is not for enjoyment. It is for you to shoulder greater responsibilities." Zhang Tianyan's gaze paused on the faces of the 3 for a few breaths. It was as if he wanted to remember them deeply. Then, he spoke with the tone of senior. He was in the True Force realm and had become a state scholar 8 years ago. He could be considered a senior. Chunzong and the other 2 nodded. The entrance examination is not only to welcome the new state scholars, but also to allow all the geniuses to gather together and interact with each other. Zhang Tianyan spoke frankly. However, no matter what, the final goal is to let everyone know more about the new state scholars. Chapter 310. Cold Crescent Moonheart. This is a nice name. Thank for the tip. Perception comes from both the person and the strength. The character of a person is not something that can be seen overnight. Only time will tell. Everyone agreed with Zhang Tianyun's words. The human heart was unpredictable. Perhaps a powerful person could see a person's character at first glance, but it was not comprehensive enough. Only by interacting more would one be able to understand more. The strength is more direct. As a martial artist, strength is one of the most important things to rely on. It is more important than the person. This sentence let everyone know that Zhang Tianyun was a person who advocated strength. No matter what the form of a martial artist gathering is, it cannot be separated from the exchange of pointers. Zhang Tianyun glanced around, focusing on the faces of Chunzong and the other two. Later, I hope the three of you can show your skills and leave a deep impression on everyone. Rest assured, Scholar Zhang. You and he, will do my best. Yuan He said loudly, holding his head high. Good. Zhang Tianyun smiled and said, in that case, Scholar Yuan He, please show us what you are capable of. Yuan He did not have stage fright. He strode to the empty space in the center of the main hall. Stepping on the dragon-patterned red carpet, he looked straight ahead and took a deep breath. A whistling sound echoed in the hall. Then, Yuan He opened his arms. His arms seemed to bring up many illusions, as if he had grown many pairs of arms. It was very mysterious. Huh! As he exhaled, his voice reverberated in the hall and reverberated in everyone's ears. Yuan He's eyes flashed. He raised his right palm and pushed it forward. It was as fast as lightning, piercing through the air and causing it to vibrate. It turned into a white, straight ripple. One could vaguely see a transparent palm print in it. His left hand went from bottom to top, cutting the air like a palm print or a hand blade. His feet flew and his body leaped. His steps and body coordinated with his palms, wandering around. His palms were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes hard and sometimes soft. The shadows of his palms were constantly changing. From this, everyone could see a lot of mysteries. What Yuan He showed was not just a palm art, but the essence of many palm arts. It meant that he had a high level of attainment in palm arts. It was his own comprehension. His palms rotated and sank in, as if they had formed an invisible ball. It was collapsing toward the center. It seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power. Yuan He's face turned red. It was very difficult. Compressing. Yuan He's eyes almost popping out. Bang! It was like a sudden clap of thunder exploding in everyone's ears. The shock made everyone feel dizzy. The invisible ball that Yuan He was hugging suddenly exploded. The terrifying airflow turned into a gust of wind that blew in all directions. Yuan He was directly blown away. He flew back a few meters before landing on the ground. He took 5 steps back, and each step seemed like it was going to break the hard ground of the main stadium. Yuan He's body was directly blown away. He flew back a few meters before landing on the ground. At this moment, the gap between many people could be seen. Zhang Tianyun's body remained motionless as a formless aura spread out from him, forming a force field that kept the powerful wind at bay, preventing it from affecting the table in the slightest, let alone the dishes on the table. As for Zhang Tianyun himself, he was completely unaffected. Yuan Xing quickly made his move. He pressed his palms on the table and calmed the table that was about to fly away. His inner force spread out and absorbed the dishes on the table. Some people's hands left afterimages. They grabbed the flying plates and put them back on the table. On Chun Zong's side, he didn't make a move. It seemed that there was an invisible force that made the roaring, violent airflow become as gentle as a breeze brushing past his face. Yang Qifeng and Shi Huanyue, who were about to make a move, were shocked. But not everyone could do it. The tables in front of a few people were unscathed. Most of the dishes on the tables were damaged. Fortunately, none of them spilled on their bodies. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. Sorry, my self-created move is not perfect. Yuan He's face was slightly pale. He cupped his hands and said, Don't worry. Zhang Tianyun smiled and said, Ask someone to clean it up. The beautiful maids moved quickly. They moved among the people like butterflies. They quickly cleaned up the dishes on the ground and left in an orderly manner. You and he, your palm technique is very exquisite. It seems to be self-created. If you continue to work hard, it is not impossible to become a master of palm techniques. Zhang Tianyun continued, maybe you should go to the army to train. It will help you perfect your palm technique. Thank you for your advice. I will think about it. Yuan He said. Yuan He returned to his seat. Su Xiaoshui stood up. It was as if there was a stream of water carrying her. She naturally came to the empty space in the main hall. As her body swayed, her right hand touched her waist. A cold light shone like water. It was the soft sword. It was like a pool of autumn water. It surrounded her body in layers. Her figure could not be seen. Only the light of the sword flowed like autumn water. It brought a cool feeling and made people feel dazzled. The autumn water was like smoke. It was cold like fog. What Su Xiaoshui was practicing was not a specific sword technique. She had learned from many sword techniques in her own comprehension. She was able to display her attainments in the sword technique with ease. She is only one step away from becoming one with the sword. Chunzong thought to himself. Chunzong, who had reached the second level of Lingwu in becoming one with the sword, was qualified to comment on Su Xiaoshui's sword technique. Becoming one with the sword was the same as becoming one with the martial arts, but there were differences. After all, becoming one with the martial arts focused more on fist, palm, finger, and leg, while becoming one with the sword was only suitable for sword warriors. Of course, the second level was a very high level of martial arts. However, Chunzong's cultivation was still low. His accumulation was not as good as many warriors of the true martial realm. He was somewhat restricted. Therefore, he had the deepest understanding of sword techniques and could see it more clearly. Although Su Xiaoshui's sword technique was only one step away from becoming one with the sword, no one knew how long this step would take. It could be a few months, a few years, or even longer. There were many geniuses in the capital. Many of them had cultivated their martial arts to a very high level. They were all one step away from becoming one with the sword, but this one step was like a natural chasm. After practicing for a while, the sword light in the surroundings overlapped like flowing water. The last sword move was as smooth as flowing water. It even showed a loss of control like Yuan He. However, the power of this sword move was rather average. The sword is like water, and the person is like smoke. Good sword technique. Zhang Tianyun smiled. He looked at Su Xiaoshui with undisguised admiration. Perhaps there was some praise in it. After all, Su Xiaoshui's identity was not ordinary. However, I am not good at sword techniques, so I cannot give you any deeper advice. However, I have a good friend who is good at sword techniques. If Su Xiaoshui is willing, I can introduce him to you. My friend's sword technique has already reached the realm of becoming one with the sword. He will definitely be able to give you better advice. May I know who Zhang Tianyun's friend is? Su Xiaoshui did not agree rashly and instead asked. A cultivator's cultivation was not directly related to their strength. Some people did good but found it difficult to improve themselves, while some people did evil but climbed to the top. Su Xiaoshui naturally hoped to receive guidance from someone with a high level of sword technique. However, there were very few people in the younger generation who had reached the realm of becoming one with the sword. Most of them were from the older generation, such as those pseudo-transcendent realm masters. It was not easy to obtain guidance from them. Zhang Tianyun's words made Su Xiaoshui interested. Of course, he had to ask who it was. If it was someone with a bad reputation, he would refuse. My friend has the same surname as Su Xiaoshui, Shi Lu. Zhang Tianyun smiled and said, perhaps you two are fated to meet. Sushi Lu, Su Xiaoshui muttered. His expression remained unchanged as he said, many thanks, Zhang Tianyun. If I need any guidance, I will ask Zhang Tianyun to recommend me. What he meant was that he did not need it now. What he meant was that he would not need it in the future. All right. Although Zhang Tianyun rarely worked with beasts, after being accepted as a disciple by King Gulen, he taught Su Xiaoshui wholeheartedly. Whether it was martial arts or literature, Zhang Tianyun naturally understood the meaning behind Su Xiaoshui's words. He did not say anything, but he was inevitably unhappy. Su Xiaoshui returned to his seat. Qinzong stood up and walked out. He was neither fast nor slow, but his steps had a unique rhythm that seemed to tug at everyone's heartstrings. The moment Qinzong walked out, Su Xiaoshui's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. A charming smile appeared on her white, jade-like face, as if she had suddenly realized something. Becoming one with the sword. Isn't Qinzong's sword technique already at the realm of becoming one with the sword? Why should I give up what is near and seek what is far? Standing still, he unsheathed his two swords and slashed forward. The sword light was straight and sharp, as if it could cut through the air. Everyone in front of the sword light felt a chill, as if their bodies were about to be cut open. They subconsciously circulated their internal strength to resist. Zhang Tianyun's eyes suddenly lit up, and his body seemed to straighten up. One had to know that not only did Zhang Tianyun possess the cultivation of LV4 true martial realm, his martial arts attainments had also reached the first stage of body and martial arts, as one not too long ago. With this combination, he could clearly sense the profoundness contained within Qinzong's sword technique. If I'm not wrong, this person's sword technique attainment has also reached the realm of becoming one with the sword. Zhang Tianyun thought to himself, and his heart was filled with shock. In fact, he had just returned from the army and came to preside over this year's entrance examination. He did not have enough understanding of the 3 new national warriors. He thought that other than the number, they would be the same as before. Yuan He and Su Xiaoshui were the same. He did not expect that Qinzong would immediately bring him such a shock as soon as he used his sword. He thought about how he had just comprehended the realm of becoming one with the sword not long ago. Compared to Qinzong, it was many years later. This represented a clear difference in talent and potential. A trace of indescribable jealousy grew in his heart. In the eyes of the crowd, Qinzong's sword technique seemed very simple, even very basic. Indeed, it was a basic sword technique. Slashing, stabbing, picking, cutting, and so on. The speed of the sword was not fast, and the trajectory was clear. When Qinzong used his sword, the crowd could even deduce where the sword would land. Even so, they could feel that the swords seemed to contain an indestructible power. It was as if nothing could resist the 2 swords. Chapter 3:11. Inside the Scholar Pavilion, Qinzong sheathed his sword and stood in the center, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Good sword technique. It looks simple, but it's actually very mysterious. It's indeed an amazing sword technique. Chen Guoshir's sword technique is indeed very good. If I'm not mistaken, Chen Guoshir has already mastered the secret of becoming one with the sword, Zhang Tianyun said in a low voice. Yes, Qinzong nodded. Immediately, there were waves of exclamations. Hearing about it was one thing, but Qinzong admitting it himself was another. The shock it brought was even more intense. Becoming one with the sword, a superb martial art realm that countless people couldn't even begin to comprehend. Yuan Ran's face darkened, as if he had been poked in a sore spot. Yuan Xing's face didn't look too good either. Although he was very strong, he still hadn't comprehended becoming one with the sword. If they knew that Qinzong had already comprehended it, how shocked would they be? Qinzong, do you dare to compete with me? Yuan Xing stood up and said to Qinzong. His eyebrows were raised, and his tone was sharp. State Scholar Yuan Xing, you've been a state scholar for 3 years, and your combat power has reached the peak of the 5-star level. If you do this, you'll be suspected of using your strength to oppress others, Xiao Mingli said with a smile. After seeing Qinzong's sword technique and confirming that Qinzong had indeed comprehended becoming one with the sword, Xiao Mingli made up his mind to build a good relationship with Qinzong. State Scholar Xiao Mingli, I didn't say that I wanted to fight with Qinzong directly. We can at least go through the thorny forest. Yuan Xing smiled coldly and looked at Qinzong provocatively. Do you dare? If you don't dare, just say it. Thorny forest, huh? Then let's try. Qinzong smiled. Even if Yuan Xing wanted to fight with him, Chunzong wouldn't refuse. No matter what tricks you play, I'll take them all. Okay, you have some guts. Yuan Xing was afraid that Chunzong would go back on his words. He quickly said, State Scholar Zhang, let's go now. Let's go then. Zhang Tianyan stood up. Everyone stood up as well. They were all very interested. The Thorny Jungle was actually not a unique training place in the Scholars Hall. Of course, only the Scholars Hall had this name. The other similar training places in the royal family had different names and different contents, but the profoundness was similar. The Thorny Jungle was a forest that was 100 meters wide and 3,000 meters long. It was filled with thorny trees that exploded with needles. The exploding needle bramble tree was a very strange tree. It had the hardness of a tree and the flexibility of a vine. It was a combination of the two. Therefore, the exploding needle bramble tree looked like a combination of the two. Greenish-brown branches as thick as thighs broke out of the ground, protruding a few meters high like an arch bridge. More than 10 meters away, they broke out of the ground again. There were many vine-like branches, long and short, crisscrossing, densely covering the area of 100 meters wide and 3,000 meters long. The tallest ones could reach 10 meters, while the shortest ones were close to the ground. Every branch of the exploding needle bramble tree had needles of different lengths and thicknesses. The thinnest ones were as thin as hair, while the thickest ones were as thick as a pinky finger. From afar, the densely packed branches were shocking to the eye. It made one's scalp tingle. It was like a group of pythons covered in thorns. State Scholar Chunzong and State Scholar Yuan Xing. Which one of you will enter the thorny jungle first? Zhang Tianyan asked. State Scholar Zhang, wait. Yuan Xing immediately spoke. His gaze landed on Chunzong's face. State Scholar Chunzong, since we are going to compete, there must be a winner. What does it matter if we win? What does it matter if we lose? State Scholar Yuan Xing, enough is enough. Xiao Mingli's eyebrows were cold and stern. The smile on his face disappeared, and his tone was stern. Do you dare? Yuan Xing ignored Xiao Mingli. He stared at Chunzong provocatively. I don't want to bet. Chunzong asked calmly. We are both state scholars. Let's bet something simpler. Yuan Xing smiled and said, You have a pseudo-spiritual weapon, right? We will bet with pseudo-spiritual weapons. If you lose, your pseudo-spiritual weapon will belong to me. If I lose, I will also give you a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. He said the bet would be simpler. Was it simple to bet with a pseudo-spiritual weapon? It was not simple at all. The stakes were too high. Since you want to give me a pseudo-spiritual weapon, I will accept it. Chunzong smiled slightly. He was extremely confident. Since Chunzong agreed, the others could not say anything. However, some of them were secretly anxious for Chunzong. Chunzong, Yuan Xing became a state scholar 3 years ago. He is very familiar with the thorny jungle. However, you're new here. You do not have an advantage. It is not good for you, Shi Huanyue said directly. Trust me. Chunzong's tone was calm, but it had a calming power. It made people unconsciously believe his words. Yuan Xing has a pair of pseudo-spiritual shoes. Not bad. Xiao Mingli said to Chunzong with a smile. I heard that Yuan Xing's movement technique is good at details. Su Xiaoshui also walked over and said. 3 different beauties stood beside Chunzong, and their fragrances surrounded him, causing Chunzong and the others to be stunned. At the same time, their expressions changed, and they all felt incredibly jealous. Yang Qifeng's eyes flashed with surprise and envy, and he quietly took a few steps back, putting some distance between him and Chunzong so that he wouldn't be killed by others' gazes. Yuan Xing was furious. He was a normal person. Of course, he liked beauties, especially those with talent, potential, and status. I will let you know what desperation is. Yuan Xing made up his mind. He then sneered, Chunzong, State Scholar Chun, this is your first time trying the thorny jungle. How about this? I will go first. You can take a look and familiarize yourself with it. Otherwise, you will say that I am taking advantage of you. Go ahead. Chunzong did not reject. He had indeed never tried the thorny jungle before. He did not know what it was like. It would be great if Yuan Xing wanted to go first. Take a good look. Yuan Xing snorted coldly. He turned around and walked toward the thorny jungle several hundred meters away. On the side, someone put down the hourglass and started to count. He did not stop. He stepped into the thorny jungle and sped up. He rushed out like a gust of wind. He left the ground and jumped over a thorny tree. He suddenly sped up and rushed forward like a flash of lightning, crossing more than 10 meters. At this speed, 3,000 meters was nothing. He would be able to cross it very soon. It didn't take long for Yuan Xing to cross over 100 meters without encountering any problems. State Scholar Yuan Xing went through the thorny jungle last time. He only triggered the thorny tree after 1,000 meters. I wonder if he will improve this time. Someone said, he should be able to. Chen Zong did not say anything. He just stared at Yuan Xing while paying attention to the thorny tree. In the beginning, the thorny jungle was not that complicated. However, the deeper they went, the more complicated it became. After about 500 meters, Chen Zong sharply noticed that Yuan Xing's movement had changed. In the beginning, he focused on speed and pursued pure speed. Of course, Chen Zong could also see that it was because Yuan Xing was more familiar with the bramble jungle. His own movement technique was also very good, which was why he could safely cross 500 meters with pure speed. However, after 500 meters, the thorny jungle became even more complicated. There were branches everywhere. The slightest carelessness would cause him to touch them. Speed alone was not enough. He also needed to change his technique. Chen Zong's eyes caught a slight change in Yuan Xing's movement technique. Even though it was only a slight change, it immediately raised the profundity of Yuan Xing's movement technique to an obvious level. With an inconceivable angle, Yuan Xing passed through the 3 intersecting branches of the thorny tree. The area where the branches intersected was very narrow. Even a child would find it difficult to pass through. They would be covered in cuts and bruises from the thorns. However, Yuan Xing was able to pass through safely. He was extremely nimble and swift. The movement skill that Yuan Xing cultivates is called cloud-piercing wind. It's an incomplete, peerless, earth-level movement skill. Its advantage lies in its finer details and its variety. Xiao Mingli stood on the side and said softly. She had become a state scholar 2 years ago. She was more familiar with Yuan Xing. Cloud-piercing wind is very suitable for thorny jungle. What she meant was that this was not good for Chen Zong. Chen Zong nodded. Xiao Mingli had been paying attention to Chen Zong's expression. She noticed that Chen Zong did not look worried at all. Instead, there was an indescribable expression on his face. It was a kind of confidence that came from the depths of his soul. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Confident and serious people always had a unique charm. This was especially true for outstanding geniuses. Opposites attract. The more outstanding one was, the stronger the attraction. After using the cloud-piercing wind movement technique, Yuan Xing's speed didn't decrease, but the subtle changes greatly increased his agility, allowing him to pass through the complicated explosive needles and thorny trees. Very quickly, Yuan Xing crossed a kilometer and broke the previous record. State Scholar Xiao, someone must have left a record in thorny jungle, right? Chen Zong suddenly asked. Yes. Xiao Mingli was slightly surprised. Then she smiled gently. State Scholar, Chen wants to challenge the record. No, I'm just curious and want to know more. Chen Zong smiled. The record left behind in the thorny jungle of the Scholars Museum was left 18 years ago by the current Marquis Weiwu. Xiao Mingli's white little finger brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. There was an indescribable gentleness in her expression. From the beginning to the end, it took a total of 63 breaths. The thorny tree only attacked when he was 1,500 meters away. In the end, he was hit 5 times. Xiao Mingli's voice was not loud, but was not soft either. Everyone had sharp ears and eyes, so they heard it clearly. Perhaps to those who hadn't gone through the thorny jungle, this might sound impressive, but they wouldn't be able to say how impressive it was. However, those who had gone through the thorny jungle knew very well that it wasn't just impressive, it was shocking and terrifying. The record left by the current Weiwu Marquis 15 years ago was still unbroken. What was the Weiwu Marquis' cultivation level 15 years ago? Shenzong asked back. His focus was different from the others. State of training, mid-stage 6-star, Xiao Mingli said with a smile. Shenzong sucked in a breath of cold air. Surprised? Yes, very surprised. 15 years ago, he was in a state of training, mid-stage 6-star. 15 years later, he was the Weiwu Marquis, a pseudo-transcendent. Chapter 312. Passing through the bramble forest depended entirely on one's own strength. No external help was allowed. In other words, the power of pills or pseudo-spiritual artifacts were not allowed. By the time Yuan Xing recovered from the shock brought by the mighty Marquis, he was already close to a kilometer. A kilometer was one of the records he had set the last time he passed through the bramble forest. He wondered if he could break it this time. His lightning-fast figure carried some ingenuity amidst its sharpness as he rapidly charged through the gaps between the 4 intertwining branches of the bramble forest. This was one of the checkpoints of the kilometer mark. Everyone stared with wide eyes, wanting to see if Yuan Xing could pass through safely. Yuan Xing's heart became slightly nervous, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Last time, it was in the latter half of this place that he accidentally let a corner of his clothes come into contact with a thorny needle. As a result, he triggered the attack of all the thorny needles within a radius of 10 meters. The dense thorny needles came from all directions, and there was no way to dodge them all. This time, he had to pass through safely. After calming himself down, Yuan Xing used the cloud-piercing wind movement technique with all his might. His speed did not decrease, but his body made over 20-minute adjustments in an instant. Every time, it looked like he was about to touch the thorny needles, but he managed to dodge them by a hair's breadth. Shenzong's eyes didn't blink. His sharp eyes clearly saw the minute changes in Yuan Xing's body. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was indeed a very shocking movement technique. It was known for its minute details. There were many movement techniques in the world. Some only pursued extreme speed and did not have any unique points in terms of technique. However, some pursued extreme technique and abandoned other aspects. However, some movement techniques had both speed and technique. For example, the cloud-piercing wind movement technique. Techniques were just a big classification. There were even more detailed classifications. For example, whether one focused on illusions or other aspects. For example, the cloud-piercing wind movement technique focused on the minute changes. Yuan Xing nimbly leapt up and quickly landed. After breaking through the bottleneck last time, Yuan Xing immediately felt that the sky was as high as the sea. Martial artists had to compare themselves with others. To surpass others again and again, they had to surpass themselves again and again. After a kilometer, the bramble trees became even more complicated and difficult. Yuan Xing's speed was truly affected and decreased slightly. At 1100 meters, the corner of Yuan Xing's clothes could not avoid touching the end of a bramble needle. A scalp-numbing scene immediately appeared. Within a radius of 10 meters, countless thorny needles left the tree trunk and shot towards Yuan Xing from all directions. The thicker ones were as thick as a pinky finger, while the thinner ones were as thin as a cow's hair. There were at least several hundred needles densely packed together. Everyone wondered if Yuan Xing would be turned into a beehive in the next moment. In fact, even if Yuan Xing stood in place without dodging or resisting, allowing the thorny needles to shoot at him, he would not be injured at all. To an ordinary person, the thorny needle was indeed terrifying. It could easily penetrate a person's body and kill them. Even to a blood-chi realm martial artist, it posed a considerable threat. However, to a force-training realm martial artist, the thorny needle did not pose much of a threat. This was especially true for martial artists who were at the force-refining realm and above who were 3-star warriors. However, right now, it was best to avoid the thorny forest as much as possible. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Xing's expression changed greatly. With a low roar, a powerful inner strength surged out. His robe seemed to be blown by a strong wind, and under the powerful shock wave, it directly shattered the dozens of thorny needles that shot towards him. However, the bramble needles were too fast. The second wave of over 100 needles shot towards Yuan Xing shattered them once more. At the same time, he pushed his cloud-piercing windswept movement technique to its limit and quickly dodged. To Yuan Xing, the short distance of a dozen meters was nothing more than a blink of an eye. However, at this moment, under the dense barrage of thorny needles, his speed was greatly restricted. His inner strength surged again and again, and the energy that was released would shatter the thorny needles again and again. This was a common method. The power of his inner strength allowed the thorny needles to shatter before they even touched his body, preventing him from being hit. However, activating his inner strength in such a manner consumed an astonishing amount of energy. An ordinary training stage warrior would not be able to withstand it for more than a few times. Even though Yuan Xing's inner strength was astonishingly powerful, he did not dare to stop at all. He tried his best to increase his speed. Pull one hair, and the whole body will be affected. After triggering the barrage of thorny needles in the bramble forest, he could no longer stop. If he stayed where he was, he would not trigger the other thorny needles, but he would stall for time. If he continued forward, he would shorten the time, but he would be continuously attacked. Yuan Xing had experienced this more than once. He advanced without panicking, trying his best to maintain a balance between his high speed and the surging of his inner strength. Although 3,000 meters was not long, it depended on the environment. The remaining 1,000 meters was like a natural moat for many warriors. Of course, it was nothing for true martial realm warriors. At 1,500 meters, Yuan Xing encountered an even more concentrated barrage of thorny needles. Countless thorny needles were shattered by the powerful energy and scattered in all directions. Yuan Xing once again experienced the feeling of being unable to move an inch. However, he did not give up. He continued to do his best. While doing his best to advance, he also constantly used the cloud-piercing windswept movement technique to dodge. It was said that in the past, there had been kingdom scholars who had achieved breakthroughs in their movement techniques here. Yuan Xing also had the same idea. He wanted to use this pressure to temper himself and achieve breakthroughs in his movement techniques. However, his movement techniques had already reached a limit. If he wanted to break through, it would be too difficult. He could only try his best. The closer he got to the finish line, the more Yuan Xing felt his inner strength being greatly depleted. He had less than 30% left. When he only had 10% of his inner strength left, Yuan Xing was even closer to the finish line. However, he had no choice but to use his remaining inner strength on the cloud-piercing windswept movement technique. Otherwise, he would not be able to break through in a short amount of time. After removing the protection of his inner strength, the thorny needles would naturally land on Yuan Xing's body. He could only use his movement techniques to dodge as much as possible. However, the thorny needles were too concentrated. The first one struck Yuan Xing's shoulder and shattered, leaving a mark on his shoulder. After being struck by the first thorny needle, Yuan Xing was quickly struck by the second and third thorny needles. The thorny needles were not weak to ordinary people, but they were nothing to Yuan Xing. However, the more he was struck, the worse his results in the thorny forest would be. On the final step, Yuan Xing gathered all his strength and charged out of the thorny forest. In an instant, all the thorny needles stopped. Yuan Xing's face was slightly pale. This was caused by the exhaustion of his energy. Beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. When he returned, everyone could clearly see the thorny needle marks on Yuan Xing's body. There were as many as 31 of them. In 85 breaths, I was attacked by thorny needles at 1,100 meters. I was hit 31 times. This was Yuan Xing's result in the thorny forest. Yuan Xing was not dissatisfied at all. Instead, he had a smile on his face. This result was a clear improvement compared to the last time. Chunzong was someone who had never tried the thorny forest before. Firstly, he was unfamiliar with it. Secondly, Yuan Xing felt that Chun Zong's battle strength and movement techniques were inferior to his own. It was impossible for him to have a better result than him. In fact, it was even worse than his last result. A pseudo-spiritual weapon was about to be obtained. Even though Yuan Xing already had 2 pseudo-spiritual weapons, no one would complain about having too many. Even if he could not use them, he could sell them or give them away. Chun Zong, Chen Guoshi, it's your turn. Yuan Xing had a complacent smile on his face. Chen Guoshi, just do your best. Xiao Mingli said. She also did not think that Chun Zong could beat Yuan Xing. Chun Zong, you can do it. However, Shi Huanyue said. She seemed to have a lot of confidence in Chun Zong. Thinking about it, among everyone present, Shi Huanyue was the first to know Chun Zong. At that time, Chun Zong was only at the peak of the 3-star level. Now, he was already at the early stage of the 5-star level. He had also comprehended the body and sword as one that Shi Huanyue had never comprehended. It had only been a little over 2 months. In a little over 2 months, his battle strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He had directly soared from the 3-star level to the 5-star level. Comprehending the body and sword as one was simply a miracle. Therefore, Shi Huanyue did not think that it was impossible for Chun Zong to beat Yuan Xing, nodding at Shi Huanyue and Xiao Mingli. Chun Zong strode into the thorny forest. Even though he had never gone through it before, Chun Zong had a more direct understanding of the thorny forest when he saw Yuan Xing rush through it. He strode forward without stopping, directly entering the thorny forest. At the same time, the water hourglass began to count down. Chun Zong used his full speed to rush through the densely packed thorny trees. It was as if he was riding the wind. In terms of speed, he was somewhat slower than Yuan Xing from before. Seeing this, Yuan Xing felt even more relieved. The smile on his face became even more obvious. At the beginning, his speed was like this. Later on, his speed became even slower. At least in terms of time, he can't compare to Yuan Xing. It's very difficult to beat Yuan Xing. The possibility is very small. Immediately, many people shook their heads. No, Chun Zong didn't have much hope. After all, this was how the thorny forest was. In the beginning, speed was the most important. Because at the beginning, there were the least number of thorny trees, making it the easiest to pass through. It was a race against time. The faster, the better. At about 500 meters, the difficulty would start to show. At 1,000 meters, the difficulty would start to increase. After the difficulty increased, one's speed would be affected and become slower. No one was an exception. Even the Weiwu Marquis, who had yet to break the record for 15 years, was the same. In fact, it wasn't that Chun Zong didn't want to go faster. It was just that this was already his fastest speed without using his Wuzhen ability. Chun Zong also didn't want to use his Wuzhen ability that quickly. Even though he wasn't as fast as Yuan Xing in terms of absolute speed, he gave people the feeling that he was more graceful. It was as if he was riding the wind and was about to fly. There was an indescribable beauty to it. Soon, Chun Zong arrived safely at the 500-meter mark. The first difficulty. Everyone was watching more carefully. In the past, most of the people who went through the thorny forest for the first time would be at a disadvantage here. They wondered if Chun Zong would be the same. Chapter 3:13. Like a gust of wind blowing by, he was calm and graceful. Chun Zong directly crossed the 500-meter hurdle and kept moving forward without slowing down. Nice movement. Indeed, it was a glimpse of him. Suddenly, many people's eyes lit up, and they all praised him. Humph, it's only 500 meters. It's the easiest hurdle. The real challenge is after that. Yuan Xing snorted. Shuttling through the crisscrossing thorny trees was like shuttling through a snake's nest. It was an indescribable feeling. Countless thorny needles seemed to have locked onto him and could shoot out at any time. If one hadn't entered the thorny jungle, they would never be able to experience this feeling. It was as if millions of arrows had locked onto them. To a martial artist with sharp senses, this feeling was even clearer. Their nerves would subconsciously tense up, and they would invisibly consume more energy. However, Chunzong didn't. He could control his body freely and get rid of this effect. The wind blew from the opposite side and then past his ear, making a pleasant sound. Chunzong tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot. It was a small gap between the thorny branches of the thorny trees. It was only the size of fingertip. With a light tap, his body was light and swift. Using the force, he leaped up. He was as agile and swift as a swimming dragon. His posture was so beautiful that it made people's eyes light up. No matter how good your movement is, it's useless if you can't increase your speed, Yuan Xing said coldly. Chunzong's speed was the same as before. He didn't speed up, but he didn't slow down either. He was as agile as a swimming dragon, approaching the 1,000-meter hurdle. The 500-meter hurdle was a small one. The 1,000-meter hurdle was the first big one, which was even more difficult. Yuan Xing had exhausted all his energy to pass the 1,000-meter hurdle. Could Chunzong pass the 1,000-meter hurdle in one go? Since the establishment of the Scholars Museum, less than 10 people had been able to pass the 1,000-meter hurdle in the thorny forest for the first time. When Yuan Xing had charged through the thorny forest, Chunzong had clearly seen the checkpoint at the 1,000-meter mark. It was indeed more complicated than the one at the 500-meter mark. The slightest carelessness would cause one to touch the thorny needles and trigger wave after wave of attacks. However, Chunzong wasn't nervous at all. He could see every detail clearly wherever he looked. As he approached, Chunzong's dragon-like body became even more mysterious. In an instant, there were more subtle changes, and he brushed past the protruding thorny needles. This movement technique, all of them were shocked. There weren't many movement techniques that specialized in fine details. Among them, Yuan Xing's cloud-piercing sweeping wind was the best. Cultivators who didn't cultivate such a movement technique weren't outstanding in terms of fine details, even appearing very crude. However, at this moment, Chunzong's performance surprised everyone again. In a split second, he had changed his movements more than a dozen times. Even if he couldn't compare to piercing the clouds and sweeping the wind, he was still better than many people. Could it be that Chunzong's movement technique was also one that specialized in minute changes? While they were guessing, the crowd was also watching intently. Chunzong's figure swept across the area. His speed did not decrease at all. It was as if he had turned into a white waterfall. Like a swimming dragon, he shuttled through the center of the crisscrossing branches of the explosive needles. He went through it. He actually went through it. Unbelievable. Yuan Xing's face was ashen. Shi Huanyue, Xiao Mingli, and Su Xiaoshui's beautiful eyes shone. Chunzong's performance was indeed amazing. His movements were as swift as a swimming dragon. In an instant, Chunzong had crossed 1,000 meters. He didn't trigger any attacks from the thorny needles. His speed didn't decrease, and he continued forward. It was even more complicated and difficult. Previously, Yuan Xing had come into contact with the bramble needles at 1,100 meters, triggering wave after wave of attacks. He wondered how Chunzong was faring. At first, they thought that Chunzong wasn't as good as Yuan Xing, but now, they couldn't help but have some expectations. 1,100 meters. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong had closed the 1,100 meters. Yuan Xing's eyes widened. This was a very important point. Originally, Yuan Xing thought that Chunzong would struggle for a while at 1,100 meters, reduce his speed, and trigger the attacks from the thorny needles. However, Chunzong's speed didn't decrease at all. Like the wind and clouds, he directly swept past. Swept past. The corner of Yuan Xing's eyes twitched involuntarily. The final result of the thorny jungle was calculated from 3 aspects: time, distance from triggering the thorny needles, and the number of times one was hit by the thorny needles. The time and the number of times one was hit by the thorny needles weren't clear, but the distance from triggering the thorny needles was very clear. He had surpassed Yuan Xing. Chunzong will win, Shi Huanyue said in a low voice. That's quite possible. Xiao Mingli smiled. Su Xiaoshui also nodded. Not far away, Yuan Xing also heard the sound. His face turned even uglier. 1,200 meters. Chunzong's speed was still the same. He still didn't trigger the attacks from the thorny needles. However, Chunzong could clearly feel the increase in difficulty. The further he went, the more difficult it would be. Without using the enlightenment ability, the pressure on his body would become even more obvious. Chunzong didn't want to use the enlightenment ability so early. Or rather, he didn't want to use it if he could. 1,300 meters. Everyone exclaimed. Not to mention those who had gone through the thorny jungle for the first time. Even those who had gone through it a few times would find it difficult to achieve this result. He had completely surpassed Yuan Xing. The exclamations entered Yuan Xing's ears. They were so ear-piercing, as if countless thorny needles were shooting at him. He couldn't dodge them. 1,400 meters. Chunzong felt that he was about to reach his limit, but he didn't give up. He still tried his best. Every meter he could get was worth it. It wasn't just for the result, but also to train himself and challenge his limits. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. 15 years ago, the mighty Marquis record was 1,500 meters before triggering the attacks of the thorny needles. Then, could Chunzong break this record? Breaking a record was always a big deal. 1,490 meters. Chunzong pushed his body art to the extreme. His spirit, qi, and soul were all in one. His body and sword were one, controlling his body perfectly. His speed didn't decrease at all. However, he still couldn't avoid touching the tip of the thorny needle. 1,490 meters. What a pity. How could a record be broken so easily? It's only a difference of 10 meters. Even if he didn't break the record, he could still be ranked second in the next few decades. It seems like Chunzong is going to win. Yuan Xing's face turned even uglier. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. However, he was very uneasy inside. If he lost, he wouldn't just lose a valuable pseudo-spiritual weapon, but also his reputation. When he thought about how he, a kingdom scholar from 3 years ago, was going to lose to a newly promoted kingdom scholar, he felt like his heart was bleeding. According to the current situation, the possibility of Chunzong beating him wasn't small. There was already a 60 to 70% chance. Like a honeycomb, hundreds and thousands of thorny needles shot out wave after wave, as if they were going to pierce through him and leave him riddled with holes. Chunzong still tried his best to use his body art to dodge the thorny needles. For those he couldn't dodge, he cleverly used his inner strength to sweep them to the side. They brushed past him and collided with other thorny needles, canceling each other out. This scene immediately made everyone's eyes light up. In the past, it wasn't that no one had done it before. However, it required absolute control of one's inner strength. It was extremely difficult, and even Yuan Xing couldn't do it. If there was someone who could do it, it would be the mighty Marquis from 15 years ago. After 15 years, there was actually someone who could do it again. It was also because of this that the mighty Marquis was only hit by the thorny needles 5 times from the beginning to the end. Now that Chunzong could do it, the number of times he was hit by the thorny needles shouldn't exceed Yuan Xing's. In an instant, everyone's estimation of Chunzong beating Yuan Xing rose from 60% to 80%. Yuan Xing really wanted to leave, but he couldn't. If he left, it would damage his reputation even more. He would become a laughingstock. At this moment, no one paid attention to Yuan Xing's expression. They were all attracted by Chunzong. Body and sword as one, and enlightenment allowed Chunzong's control of all his strength to reach the pinnacle. Using the 5th layer of the chaotic heaven origin shattering force to the smallest detail, Chunzong's body was like the wind. His speed didn't decrease in the slightest as he moved forward. His inner strength turned into energy that circled around his body. It swept away the thorny needles shooting at him like a gust of wind. This method was undoubtedly more brilliant than directly shattering the thorny needles. It also saved a lot of inner strength. 2,000 meters. Chunzong's speed was still the same as before. The energy surrounding his body carried layers upon layers of thorny needles, which were densely packed and shot out like clouds and mist entwined around a dragon. It was beautiful and dazzling, causing people to be dazzled and dazzled. 2,500 meters. Chunzong had used up most of his inner strength. In terms of cultivation, Chunzong was inferior to Yuan Xing. Yuan Xing's cultivation method was also a peerless Earth Realm cultivation method. Although it was missing the last layer, the inner strength of the fifth layer was vigorous and pure. Because it had reached the pinnacle, it was much better than Chunzong's. Using all his strength, using his movement technique, and circulating his inner strength, Chunzong continued to move forward. 2,600 meters. 2,700 meters, 2,800 meters, 2,900 meters. I don't know if everyone has noticed, but Chunzong's speed hasn't decreased at all. Hearing this, everyone came to their senses. They hurriedly looked at the water hourglass and were surprised. The last 100 meters were also the most difficult. Tens of thousands of thorny needles shot at him. It was more than before, and also beyond Chunzong's endurance. There were too many needles, and his inner strength had been greatly consumed. There was not much left. Break! With a low shout, his inner strength surged, and his energy burst out. The powerful force shook all directions. Thousands of thorny needles were shattered in an instant, turning into dust and flying around. Chunzong's final burst of inner strength increased his speed. Shocking dust steps. Shocking dust with one step. His swaying body was like a shocking dragon. He rushed out of the thorny forest in a flash. Chunzong also knew that he had been hit. He had been hit by thorny needles. After a while, there was a voice. Chunzong broke through the thorny forest in 62 breaths. He was attacked by thorny needles after reaching 1,490 meters. He was hit 6 times in total. This was Chunzong's final result. It was very close to the Weiwu Marquis 15 years ago. As for the victory between Chunzong and Yuan Xing, there was no need to say more. Everyone could see it. Even if Yuan Xing didn't want to admit it, the difference was too obvious. Chapter 314. Red Maple Court. Chunzong folded the pure, white letter neatly and stuffed it back into the envelope made of animal skin. He placed it at the head of the bed and took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. After grinding the ink, he lifted the brush and dipped it into the pitch black ink. He lifted his sleeves, and the soft tip of the brush touched the jade-like white paper. His wrist moved slightly, and the brush moved like a dragon. Although it seemed light, each word was forceful and forceful. Between the strokes, there was the sharpness of a sword. In a short period of time, hundreds of words appeared on the paper. They were neat and tidy, pleasing to the eye and containing the style of a master. Writing is like practicing swordsmanship. Nodding his head, Chunzong chuckled softly. After blowing the ink dry, he folded the letter neatly and stuffed it into a new envelope. After writing the recipient's name on it, he sealed it. The previous letter came from Linshan Commandery. It was sent by his master, the Marquis of Linshan. The letter praised Chunzong for being conferred the title of Kingdom Knight and grasping the concept of becoming one with the sword. It also asked if Chunzong had comprehended the truth and hoped that Chunzong would stay in the capital to cultivate better. Chunzong originally planned to leave the capital and return to Linshan Commandery, but now he changed his mind and decided to stay in the capital. The letter he wrote just now was a reply to his master, the Marquis of Linshan. He replied to the Marquis of Linshan's question and also asked about the Marquis of Linshan, Yin Wei, Guan Yunxi, and the others. Tomorrow, he could have the people of the Guan family send the letter to Linshan Commandery and hand it over to his master. After washing up and changing into a clean set of clothes, Chunzong sat on the roof. He drank wine and admired the moon while thinking about the process of running through the thorny forest during the day. If I reach the sixth layer of the chaotic heaven energy shattering technique, or use the ability of comprehending the truth, I will definitely be able to pass through the thorny forest unscathed. Chen Zong thought. After defeating Yuan Xing, he obtained a pseudo-spiritual weapon, the flowing wind shoes. After activating it, it could increase one's speed by 30%. Even without activating its power, its material was flexible enough to withstand the cutting of a divine metal sword and better protect one's feet. The faint moonlight illuminated the sky. It was gentle and intoxicating. Chen Zong seemed to really be drunk. He didn't know how long it had been since he last relaxed like this. All the thoughts in his mind seemed to be washed away under the pure moonlight, gradually emptying out. Chen Zong didn't want to think about anything and just let nature take its course. He lay on the roof with his hands behind his head. The moonlight shone on her body, as if a layer of gauze was draped over her body, like the softest and most beautiful quilt in the world. His eyelids drooped and slowly closed. His breathing became long and light, and all the muscles in his body relaxed. It was as if he was lying in a stream. It was incomparably comfortable, like a baby in a deep sleep. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was a fetus, and also as if he was in his mother's warm embrace. Although Chen Zong's mother had passed away when he was born, and he had never experienced the warmth of his mother's embrace, this was how he felt at this moment. When the first ray of a morning sun from the east fell on his body, Chen Zong's eyelids trembled slightly and slowly opened. His eyes were clear and deep, as if they contained infinite mysteries. Chen Zong stood up and stretched his body, letting out a continuous sound like beans being fried. As his bones and muscles stretched, Chen Zong felt refreshed. It was a kind of energy that came from the depths of his bones and soul. It was as if all the tiredness that had accumulated in the past had been swept away. It was as if he had been reborn. The stronger a warrior was, the more vigorous his chi and blood were, the harder it was for him to feel tired. Even when he was tired, he could recover quickly with a short rest. Generally speaking, warriors would spend their time and energy on cultivation and fighting, and rarely allocate time to rest. As soon as they felt that their energy had been restored, they would stop resting. It was fine for a short period of time, but in the long run, it would accumulate little by little, and the tiredness would penetrate deep into the body. However, a warrior's body had a strong ability to adjust itself, but it was necessary to have an appropriate amount of rest. For example, deep sleep could sweep away the accumulated tiredness in the body. His body flashed, as light as a feather. He shook his arms slightly, like a swallow flying across the sky. His toes touched the ground lightly, and he quickly headed for the red maple plateau. He drew his sword in the air, and the sword light crossed. After landing on the ground, Chen Zong practiced his swordsmanship. His sword movements were like a swallow flying across the sky, or a dragon swimming back to the sea. Chen Zong, please give me some advice on swordsmanship. There was a hint of eagerness in her cold voice. It's not advice. Let's have a competition. Looking at the person in white in front of him, Chen Zong smiled slightly. This was Shi Huanyue. Nodding, Shi Huanyue didn't continue to be polite. She drew her sword, and the sword light was like a bright moon hanging in the sky. After the moon rose, it fell toward Chen Zong. Shi Huanyue was a very proud person, but she wasn't arrogant. In the past, Chen Zong was inferior to her, but now Chen Zong had surpassed her, especially in swordsmanship. Chen Zong, who had comprehended the unity of body and sword, was completely ahead of Shi Huanyue. There was no seniority in swordsmanship. The one who reached the top was respected. Those who were truly devoted to swordsmanship understood this point. Shi Huanyue knew that her swordsmanship had reached an extreme, and she was about to reach the extreme of the unity of body and sword, but there was still a huge gap between her and the unity of body and sword. She didn't know how many people she had blocked in this step. Shi Huanyue was confident that she could comprehend and master the unity of body and sword, but she didn't know when it would happen. Maybe in a few months, maybe in a few years, or maybe more than 10 years. Now she was asking for advice from Chen Zong, because she wanted to comprehend the unity of body and sword as soon as possible. Qinzong also knew Shi Huanyue's purpose, so he didn't refuse her, nor was he stingy. Swordsmen were open-minded. They weren't afraid of others being excellent, but they were afraid of others not being excellent enough. Moreover, Shi Huanyue was his senior sister, and they had a good relationship. Shi Huanyue tried her best. She wasn't afraid of hurting Qinzong, because she knew that her strength was not as good as Qinzong's. Qinzong also controlled his fighting capability to be at the same level as Shi Huanyue's, the middle stage of the 4-star level. After a fierce battle, Shi Huanyue's forehead was slightly sweaty. Under the sunlight, her forehead was shining, which had a special charm. Although she didn't comprehend the unity of body and sword, Shi Huanyue felt that she had a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. This improvement came from the battle with Qinzong, which made her admire Qinzong's swordsmanship even more. After thanking him, Shi Huanyue left. She also said that she would come back tomorrow, and hoped that Qinzong would be generous with his advice. Walking out of the Red Maple Garden and the Guan Mansion, the swaying figure walked toward her. Shi Huanyue was slightly startled, and the swaying figure was also slightly startled when seeing Shi Huanyue. They didn't speak. When they passed by each other, they both smiled as a greeting. Seeing Su Xiaoshui walk into the Guan Mansion, Shi Huanyue had an indescribable feeling. Without a doubt, Su Xiaoshui should also be looking for Qinzong. As Shi Huanyue expected, Su Xiaoshui indeed came for Qinzong. Her purpose was the same as Shi Huanyue's, which was to ask Qinzong for advice on swordsmanship and comprehend the unity of body and sword. Giving advice to one person was the same as giving advice to 2 people. Moreover, Su Xiaoshui didn't have any conflict of interest with him, so Qinzong didn't refuse. "Thank you for your advice, Qingguishi." Su Xiaoshui bowed to Qinzong to express her gratitude. Her figure was soft and beautiful, and her eyes were like water. "It's just a friendly competition." Qinzong smiled. Although he said that he was giving advice, Qinzong also learned something. He understood the different styles of swordsmanship from Shi Huanyue and Su Xiaoshui. Every swordsman had their own unique understanding of swordsmanship. Absorbing the strengths of others and integrating them into one's own accumulation was Qinzong's understanding. Each took what he needed. Su Xiaoshui smiled at Qinzong and left. What was interesting was that Xiao Mingli came in the afternoon. Xiao Mingli's purpose wasn't to ask Qinzong for advice, but to visit and have a chat. He wanted to understand Qinzong's intention as much as possible. Being visited by 3 talented and beautiful women in one day was something worth showing off to anyone. Qinzong also felt that it was a wonderful experience. He had never experienced it before. However, Qinzong wouldn't indulge in it, because he knew clearly that being valued by superiors or being visited by beautiful women was inseparable from one thing, which was his own ability. Mediocre people didn't have anything attractive about them, so naturally, excellent people wouldn't take the initiative to make friends with them. Excellent people had outstanding abilities and many shining points. No matter where they went, people would take the initiative to make friends with them. For the next few days, Shi Huanyue came to the Guan Mansion every day to find Qinzong and practice swordsmanship with him. Not long after Shi Huanyue left, Su Xiaoshui also came to ask Qinzong for advice on swordsmanship. As for Xiao Mingli, she didn't come again after the first time. After all, she didn't need to ask Qinzong for advice on swordsmanship. Days passed. Qinzong kept on cultivating. His cultivation improved little by little, and he was only a step away from the peak of the 9 transformation realm. His swordsmanship also improved a little. Wu Zhan's understanding of swordsmanship had deepened, and his overall combat power had improved slightly. Sometimes, Qinzong would go to the Scholars Museum to explore the thorny forest again to practice his body movement. He would also go to the Iron Beast Pass. The Iron Beast Pass was a passageway with mechanisms. It was 1,000 meters long, and there were beast-shaped puppets made of steel in the passageway. Each beast-shaped puppet had at least a 3-star combat power. There were also 4-star elite puppets and 5-star king puppets. If going through the thorny forest was a test and practice for one's body movement, then going through the Iron Beast Pass was a direct test and practice for one's combat power. If one didn't have enough combat power, they wouldn't be able to go through it no matter how good their body movement was. The first time Qinzong went through it, he had to use Wu Zhen's ability to go through it. After going through the Iron Beast Pass again, Qinzong's forehead was covered in sweat. This time, he didn't use Wu Zhen's ability. It was very difficult, and he almost failed. As he walked out of the Scholars Museum, he met Xiao Mingli, who was walking towards him. Scholar Xiao. Qinzong stopped and cupped his hands. Qinguoshi. Xiao Mingli broke into a smile and bowed slightly in return. Qinguoshi, my birthday is 7 days from now. I will be holding a birthday banquet in my residence. This is the invitation card. When the time comes, please do come. As she spoke, Xiao Mingli took out a bright red gilded invitation and handed it to Qinzong with a smile. Qinzong also took the invitation with both hands. He could smell a hint of fragrance. I will be there on time, Qinzong said with a smile. I look forward to Qinguoshi's arrival. Xiao Mingli covered her mouth and smiled. The two of them chatted casually for a while, then they bid each other farewell. As Qinzong walked out of the Scholars Museum, he opened the invitation and glanced at it. The content was simple, but the wording was orderly. It was very comfortable to look at. Xiao Mingli's status was the same as Guan Yunqi's. They were both the daughters of the Marquis. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.